Hey friends! Glad you're here at Arcane Paradox. We've cooked up something special. What if Fawkes burned every block on Harry during sorting ceremony and Dumbledore's 55-year master plan collapsed in front of everyone? Liking and subscribing really helps us out. Okay, story time. Chapter 1, Burning the candles in the Great Hall had been burning for 600 years. That was the thought that floated through Harry Potter's head as he shuffled forward in the line of terrified first years, neck craned upward at the 1,000 floating flames that turned the enchanted ceiling into something between a cathedral and a fever dream. 600 years of sorting nights, 600 years of 11-year-olds with sweaty palms and cotton mouths, and somewhere in all that history, not one of them had probably felt quite as lost as he did right now. 3 weeks ago he'd been sleeping in a cupboard under a staircase. Now he was apparently a wizard. The logic of his life had stopped making sense sometime around his 11th birthday and hadn't recovered since. "Move up," Ron Weasley muttered from behind him, and Harry realized he'd stopped walking. He shuffled forward, past the rows of older students watching from the 4 long house tables, their faces ranging from bored to gleefully predatory. The ceiling above the staff table flickered with something that might have been heat shimmer, or might have been the candlelight playing tricks, but Harry's eyes kept drifting back to it because it felt wrong. Like watching a fire decide whether or not to spread. Professor McGonagall set a battered, patched hat on a 3-legged stool at the front of the hall and stepped back. The hat's brim opened like a mouth and it began to sing, and Harry stopped listening after the first verse because the flicker above the staff table had become something else entirely. A shape. Wings. A bird the size of a golden eagle descended from the darkness above the enchanted ceiling. Through it, somehow, like the stone and sky weren't real barriers to this particular creature, and the candlelight nearest it simply died. Not from a draft. From choice. The flames went out the way a conversation goes out when someone important enters the room. It was red and gold, feathers burning at their edges with fire that gave off no smoke and shed light like hammered copper, and it circled once over the staff table with the lazy confidence of something that had never been afraid of anything in its entire existence. Fawkes. Harry didn't know the name yet. He didn't know what a phoenix was, not really. Hagrid had mentioned them in approximately the same breath as dragons and hippogriffs, the sort of magical creature that existed in theory and stayed politely theoretical. But the moment the bird's eyes, dark, ancient, precisely intelligent, found him across the width of the Great Hall, Harry knew with the unshakable certainty of instinct that he was being seen. Not observed. Not noticed. Seen, the way you see something you've been looking for. The hall had gone quiet. Not hushed, stopped. Even the hat's song trailed off mid-stanza. Dumbledore rose from his chair at the center of the staff table, and the first thing Harry noticed was that the old man's face wasn't surprised. It was the opposite of surprised. It was the face of someone watching a car crash they'd calculated the odds of and decided to risk. "Fawkes," Dumbledore said, and his voice was perfectly level, perfectly warm, perfectly controlled. "This is not the time, old friend." The phoenix didn't even look at him. It landed on the flagstone floor of the Great Hall directly in front of Harry Potter, folded its wings with the unhurried deliberateness of a judge settling into a chair, and fixed him with those ancient dark eyes from a distance of about 4 feet. Up close, the fire at the edges of its feathers didn't feel hot. It felt like pressure. Like standing too close to something important. Said Harry. Behind him, he heard Ron make a sound that was either awe or the early stages of fainting. Beside the stool, Professor McGonagall had gone absolutely still, her hand halfway to the scroll of names, her eyes moving between the bird and Dumbledore with an expression Harry couldn't read but that felt, somehow, like dread. Then Fawkes opened his beak and sang one note. It wasn't a sound that needed volume to be devastating. It was the kind of note that rearranges the air in a room, that finds the spaces between your ribs and resonates there, and every person in the Great Hall felt it differently. Some straightened, some flinched, a few of the older students near the front of the Gryffindor table had tears running down their faces without understanding why. Harry felt it like a key turning. And then the fire came. Not at him, there was nothing aggressive about it, but the distinction was academic when Fawkes spread his wings and every feather ignited simultaneously in a pillar of golden fire that filled the space between them with heat and light and something else, something that pressed against Harry's skin like hands searching for a seam. He didn't move. He couldn't have explained why. The fire was real, he could feel it, could smell the clean sharp scent of something burning, but standing in it felt less like being attacked and more like being read. The first block broke 3 seconds in. Harry felt it before he could have named what it was, a snapping sensation somewhere behind his left ear, like a headache resolving, like a door opening in a room he hadn't known was in the house. A rush of something cold and clear moved through his thoughts, and colors in the great hall sharpened by about 20%. He blinked. The candles above him were suddenly, genuinely beautiful in a way they hadn't been 10 seconds ago, and he didn't know what that meant but he filed it away. Albus. McGonagall's voice was low and very careful. What is that? Fawkes is being, Dumbledore paused. Impulsive, he said. Those are compulsion charms, said a cold voice from the end of the staff table, and Severus Snape was on his feet before anyone noticed him moving, his black robes swirling as he stepped forward, his dark eyes fixed on the fire surrounding Harry with an expression that was cycling through emotions too quickly for Harry to track. Layered compulsion charms on a child. Albus, those have been there for years, those are years old, those are, Severus. Dumbledore's voice didn't rise. It just acquired a quality like a hand pressing down on something. Sit down. Snape did not sit down. The second block broke, and this time Harry actually gasped because it was a physical sensation, something peeling away from the inside of his chest, something warm and suffocating that he'd been wearing so long he'd thought it was just how he felt, the low-level fog of being the boy who lived under the stairs in a house where you learned early to want as little as possible, to expect as little as possible, to be as little as possible. It lifted like a compress coming off a wound, and underneath it Harry found something he had no name for yet, something restless and bright that pushed outward against his ribs like it had been waiting for exactly this moment. He breathed in. The great hall was watching him like a single organism. 1,000 faces, candles catching the whites of eyes, and Harry Potter standing in the middle of Fawkes' fire feeling himself get larger with every second, not physically but in some internal way that had no polite vocabulary. What's happening to him? Someone at the Hufflepuff table said, loudly enough to carry. The Phoenix is burning something off him, said a girl in the line of first years, clear and precise, and Harry looked sideways and found Hermione Granger standing 2 places down the queue with her eyes wide and her chin slightly lifted, processing rapidly. She wasn't afraid. She was reading the situation, and what she was reading was turning her face from its default helpful alert to something far more serious. There are charms layered on him. You can see them burning. Look at the edges of the fire, those light signatures aren't combustion, they're magical dissolution. Something is being removed. Miss, McGonagall began. She's right, Snape said flatly. Dumbledore's hand had found his wand but he hadn't raised it, and Harry noticed this with the new cold clarity that was flooding through him and thought, he's calculating whether he can stop it in time. He thought this without anger, without fear, the way you solve a geometry problem. He thought it and looked at the old man's face and read, not a monster, not a saint, but a strategist who had just watched one of his core variables escape the equation. The third block broke, and Harry's magic came online like a second heartbeat. He'd had magic before, obviously, exploding glass at the zoo, the incident with the jumper, his hair growing back overnight, but those had been accidents, pressure leaking through a cracked seal. This was the seal coming off. His magic wasn't fire, wasn't light, wasn't anything so dramatic as what Fawkes was doing, but it pressed outward from him in a wave that rattled the goblets on the 4 house tables and sent a ripple through every candle in the hall simultaneously. A few of the flames changed color briefly, gold to blue to gold again, and every professor with a sensitivity for magical auras went rigid. Pomona Sprout knocked over her goblet. Phileas Flitwick stood on his chair to see better, his expression somewhere between professional alarm and unabashed fascination. Remarkable, he said, to no one in particular. Albus. McGonagall had moved to stand beside Dumbledore now, and her voice had changed. The careful diplomatic note was gone. "Albus, how long have those been on him?" "Minerva, this is not the, how long." The fourth block broke. This one Harry felt in his scar. He'd had the scar his whole life, the lightning bolt above his right eye, the strange ache that came and went without reason, the occasional burst of nauseating wrongness he'd always blamed on his body's general determination to be inconvenient. He'd never thought of it as something attached, something external, something wearing the shape of a wound. But when Fawkes' fire found it and the fourth block dissolved, Harry felt something inside the scar recoil, felt something that was not his own magical signature thrashing briefly like a snake whose tail has been stepped on, and then the fire pressed harder and it, compressed. Reduced. Didn't vanish, not entirely, but got smaller, got shoved into a corner of the scar where it curled and went quiet. Harry reached up and touched the scar with 2 fingers. It was cold. It had never been cold before. "There's something in the scar," he said, to nobody in particular. His own voice surprised him, it was steadier than he expected. "There's something in the scar that isn't mine." The silence that followed was enormous. He looked up at the staff table. At Dumbledore. The old man's face had undergone a transformation that Harry was not old enough to fully decode but that he filed under "he's been caught." Not embarrassed. Not guilty, exactly. More like a chess master who has seen his opponent play a move he didn't think was available. Recalculating. Reframing. The eyes behind the half-moon spectacles were already composing the explanation, already building the architecture of a story that would make this reasonable, necessary, for the greater good. "Harry, you must understand." Harry understood something, right then, that had nothing to do with what Dumbledore was about to say. He understood that whatever story the old man told him, about the scar, about the blocks, about Fawkes and tonight and the whole shape of his life, was going to be a story that ended with Harry agreeing that it was fine. That it was necessary. That the old man had been right to do it, and would be right to do it again, and that the correct response was trust. He found that he had no particular interest in that story. The 5th block broke, and then immediately, half a breath later, the 6th, and both of them went together like the last 2 supports of a structure that had already been failing, and for approximately 2 seconds, the Great Hall of Hogwarts saw Harry Potter as he actually was. His magic came out in a pulse that wasn't violence but was enormity, a wave of raw pressure that blew out every candle in the hall simultaneously and left them in an instant of total darkness before the enchanted ceiling, responsive to some older magical algorithm, brought them all blazing back to life at once. The goblets rattled again. 3 windows on the west wall cracked along their leading. The sorting hat, still perched on its stool, let out a sound that no hat should have been able to make, something between a gasp and a word in a language that predated the school. And Harry Potter, 11 years old, standing in the center of a phoenix's dying flames, felt the accumulated weight of what had been done to him over the course of his entire life settle into his understanding like sediment dropping through water. Not rage. Not immediately. Something colder and more useful. He took his hand away from his scar and looked at Albus Dumbledore. "I'd like to know," Harry said, and his voice came out quiet and entirely level, "what those were." The silence lasted exactly 4 seconds before Dumbledore opened his mouth. "Harry." The voice was warm. Grandfatherly. Precisely calibrated to the frequency of "trust me." "I know this must feel alarming, but, it doesn't feel alarming," Harry said. "It feels like something was taken off me that shouldn't have been there. I'm asking what it was." At the Gryffindor table, an older student said "Merlin's beard" very quietly, and nobody shushed him. Dumbledore's composure was a remarkable thing to witness. It didn't crack, it adjusted, the way a well-built wall adjusts to pressure, redistributing load rather than fracturing. He smiled, and it was a good smile, a warm smile, the smile of a man who had been managing difficult conversations for a very long time. "There are things I have done," he said carefully, "out of love for you, and out of necessity, that I would be very glad to explain to you properly. In private. This is perhaps not I think, said Hermione Granger, from the line of first years, with the particular tone of someone who has done the reading and is not going to pretend otherwise, that everyone in this hall just watched a phoenix burn 6 separate magical constructs off a first-year student. I don't think private is really the appropriate venue anymore. Several things happened at once. A significant portion of the student body erupted in noise. Percy Weasley, who had been sitting rigidly upright at the Gryffindor table attempting to project the dignity appropriate to a prefect, gave up and turned to the girl beside him with an expression of pure bewilderment. The twins, Fred and George Weasley, though Harry didn't know their names yet, had both stood up with the synchronized instinct of people who understand that they are witnessing history. Draco Malfoy, standing in the first-year line with his mouth slightly open, looked between Harry and Dumbledore with the expression of someone recalculating every assumption they'd brought into the evening. Snape had stepped off the dais entirely and was crossing the floor toward Harry with purposeful strides, and Harry noticed, with the new clarity, that the man's face was carrying an emotion that was fighting very hard to disguise itself as professional concern and was not fully succeeding. It looked, from this distance, like grief. "Professor Snape," Dumbledore said. "The boy needs a medical check," Snape said, without stopping or looking back. 6 removed constructs of that age and density could have caused a cascading magical, severus. Snape stopped. He was 10 feet from Harry now. He looked back at Dumbledore, and the look on his face would have been worth a year's tuition to anyone who wanted to understand how a person can be simultaneously loyal and furious and ashamed and right. "You knew," McGonagall said. She had not moved, but something in her posture had changed, the ramrod straight alignment of her spine shifting fractionally into something more weight-bearing. "Severus. You knew about these." "I knew about one," Snape said, and his voice was completely flat. "I suspected a second. I did not know about 6. He paused. "I did not know about the scar construct." The temperature in the Great Hall dropped 3 degrees without any help from the weather. "The scar construct," McGonagall repeated. "Something is anchored in the scar," Harry supplied, helpfully. "It's still there. Fawkes shrunk it but didn't get rid of it. It feels like it's waiting." He said this the way you report a fact about a broken appliance. "Here is the issue, here is what I observed, what would you like to do about it?" He wasn't performing calm. He was genuinely, structurally calm, in the way that very clear water is calm, not because nothing is moving beneath it, but because the bottom is visible. This seemed to unnerve people more than panic would have. Fawkes, who had stepped back and was regarding the room from near the doors with an expression that could only be described as satisfied, trilled softly. A few of the students near him leaned toward the sound involuntarily. Dumbledore descended the steps from the staff table and walked toward Harry with the measured pace of someone choosing every footfall. The staff parted for him. The first years parted for him. Harry did not step back. He stopped in front of Harry, and up close, Harry could see that the blue eyes behind the spectacles were doing something complicated. There was love in them, Harry didn't doubt that, it was real and it was visible and it was entirely beside the point. There was calculation. There was the look of a man holding a dozen plates and deciding which ones he can afford to drop. "Harry," he said softly. "I have protected you since the night your parents died. Everything I have done has been to keep you safe and to preserve the best possible chance of what?" Harry said. Dumbledore blinked. "Of what?" Harry said again. "Of winning. Of defeating Voldemort. Of saving the wizarding world." He let the question sit there, not accusatory, genuinely curious. "Because from where I'm standing, you put 6 magical constructs on an infant. And one of them is sitting in a scar that you gave me a whole story about. I expect there's a story, there's always a story, and I'd like to know which version of that story is true before I decide what I think about the rest of it." "He's 11, someone at the Slytherin table said, audibly disbelieving. "He's right," said the girl 2 places down in the first-year line, and Hermione Granger stepped forward out of the queue and came to stand beside Harry Potter in the exact same movement with which you step toward someone who is being cornered, deliberate and committed. She hadn't been asked. She just came. Harry looked at her sideways. She looked back. The magical signatures were visible, she said, by way of explanation. 6 distinct layered constructs of different ages. The oldest looked like it predated his Hogwarts letter. One looked like it might predate his birth. She looked up at Dumbledore with the polite intensity of someone who has done the reading on a topic and expects the professor to have done it also. Was any of that done with his parents' knowledge? The silence that followed was a different species of silence from the ones before it. Dumbledore did not answer immediately. That was its own kind of answer. McGonagall made a sound, just a sound, not a word, barely a breath, and turned away from the headmaster to look out at nothing in particular. Her hands, Harry noticed, were clasped behind her back, and they were clasped very tightly. It was Snape who spoke. Lily knew about the protection anchoring, he said, quietly, like someone pulling a splinter out slowly. She agreed to protective magic being bound to the boy. She did not agree to compulsion charms. She did not agree to dampeners. He stopped. Started again. Lily would not have agreed to dampeners. The grief wasn't hidden anymore. Harry filed this person away under complicated and probably important and turned back to Dumbledore. So, Harry said. My parents' protection is the one that's still in my scar. And you added extras they didn't know about. The situation required, yes or no works for this one, Harry said. Another silence. Shorter this time. Yes, Dumbledore said. The Great Hall exhaled. All 1,000 people in it, simultaneously, like a held breath finally released. The twins sat back down. Neville Longbottom, who had been standing in the first-year line with an expression of growing, personal horror, pressed his lips together and stared at the floor. Ron Weasley was looking between his eldest brother and Harry with the expression of someone trying to work out which disaster to prioritize. Okay, Harry said. He looked at Fawkes. The Phoenix regarded him with calm, ancient attention. Thank you, Harry told the bird, sincerely. Fawkes ruffled his feathers once, in a way that suggested obviously, and didn't move from his spot by the doors. Harry turned back to the room, not to Dumbledore specifically, to the room, to the staff and the students and the floating candles and the 600 years of institutional weight pressing down from every stone surface, and he thought, clearly, about what he needed. He was 11. He didn't know enough yet to know what he didn't know. He didn't have the full picture, didn't have his parents' wills, didn't have the prophecy text, didn't have the specific mechanics of what had been done to him or for how long or what its full effect on his development had been. He didn't have enough to act. But he was in a room full of people who did. I'd like to be sorted, he said, addressing McGonagall, and then I'd like breakfast, because I haven't eaten since lunch, and then I would like someone to explain, with documentation, exactly what was placed on me, when it was placed, who authorized it, and what the intended purpose of each construct was. He paused. I'd also like the school's magical charter to be open for review, because I'm fairly certain what happened tonight is going to have some legal implications and I want to understand the institutional framework before I decide how to respond to it. The silence this time was a different kind entirely. It was the silence of an institution confronting the possibility that it might have miscalculated the thing it built. McGonagall recovered first. She was, Harry would learn, very good at recovering. She turned to the stool with the hat on it with the bearing of someone who has decided that structure is the only reasonable response to chaos, gestured to it with the crisp efficiency of a woman who has managed opening ceremonies through considerably worse, and said, Potter. If you please. Harry walked to the stool and sat. The hat dropped over his ears. In the sudden private dark, a dry, amused voice said directly into his brain, Oh. There you are. I've been waiting for you. You've been waiting for me specifically? Harry thought. Since your mother was pregnant, actually. There was supposed to be a second candidate, a boy called Neville Longbottom, and your magical signatures were always going to be the most interesting I'd seen in a generation. But between the blocks and the dampeners, every time I ran the diagnostic in the past year preparing for tonight, I kept getting a reading that didn't make sense. Kept looking like someone had taken the actual book and glued a pamphlet on top of it. And now the pamphlet's gone. Now the pamphlet's gone, the hat agreed, and the sense of it moving through Harry's mind was something like someone moving through a very large house with a single candle, rooms revealing themselves one after another, and the hat went quiet for a moment in a way that communicated something between surprise and pleasure. Then it said, with absolute conviction, Gryffindor. The last word came out the slot in its brim loud enough to ring from the rafters, and the Gryffindor table erupted in noise, uncertain noise, excited noise, the noise of people who didn't entirely know what they were cheering for but felt it was the right response to the evening's momentum. Harry pulled the hat off his head and stood, and looked at Dumbledore one last time before walking to the Gryffindor table. The old man was watching him with an expression that was harder to read than any Harry had encountered so far tonight, and Harry, with his new cold clarity, identified it eventually. It was the expression of a parent watching a child take their first steps, genuinely proud, genuinely loving, and genuinely terrified of the direction. Harry sat down between the twins, who both immediately offered him food with the focused hospitality of people who have decided that if you can't solve a problem, you can at least feed someone, and the sorting continued around him, and the great hall slowly, reluctantly, let the evening settle back into the shapes it knew. But the shapes weren't the same anymore. Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor 14 minutes later and took a seat directly across from Harry without being asked to and immediately pulled out a notebook. "I'm going to write down everything I observed tonight before I sleep," she said. "If there are legal proceedings, first-hand accounts from the moment of occurrence will be more credible than remembered ones." "Good idea," Harry said. "I'm Hermione Granger." "Harry Potter." "I know." She was already writing. "Your magical signature is different from what the library books describe. Significantly more complex. Whatever those constructs were doing, they were suppressing your development considerably." "How do you know what the library books say about my magical signature?" "I did research before coming. I read everything I could find." She looked up briefly. "Most of it was wrong about you, I expect." "The books that aren't wrong are probably the restricted ones. Those are usually the interesting ones anyway," Harry said. Hermione looked at him for a moment and then wrote something in her notebook. Harry didn't ask what. Across the hall, at the staff table, Dumbledore had sat back down and picked up his goblet and was drinking from it with perfect composure, and to anyone watching without context he might have looked entirely untroubled. But Fawkes was still sitting by the doors and not by the headmaster's chair, and Snape was still standing at floor level instead of returning to his seat, and McGonagall was doing her job with a mechanical precision that was its own kind of fury, and the great hall's enchanted ceiling reflected no stars at all tonight, only cloud, only the particular thick gray of weather that hasn't decided yet what it's going to do. Harry ate. He was genuinely hungry. The food was, by any measure, the best he'd ever encountered in his 11 years, and he ate with the uncomplicated appetite of someone who has just been freed from 6 magical constructs and decided, for the time being, to treat dinner as the priority it deserved. The twins, whose names he learned were Fred and George within about 3 minutes, turned out to be the best kind of company for a crisis. They understood instinctively that Harry needed information, not comfort, and they provided it in the casual style of people who treat institutional knowledge as raw material for entertainment rather than reverence. By the time the puddings appeared, Harry knew the rough geography of the school, the basic hierarchy of the 4 houses, the 3 subjects where Snape's marking could be trusted and the 2 where it was actively punitive, and the unofficial but widely understood rule that Fred and George Weasley were functionally immune to authority by virtue of having established so long ago that they didn't care about it. "What's Dumbledore actually like?" Harry asked them. "Day to day. Not tonight." The twins exchanged a glance. "He's brilliant," Fred said. "Completely brilliant," George agreed. "Scary brilliant," said Fred. "Like, you never feel managed by him. And you always are. He makes it feel like whatever he wanted you to do was your own idea." "Right up until tonight," George said, with a glance down the table toward where Neville Longbottom was eating with the careful focused silence of someone who is thinking very hard about something painful, apparently. Harry followed his gaze to Neville. Neville looked up, felt Harry's attention, and looked back down again immediately. Then, in the way of someone who has thought twice, he looked back up. "Sorry," Neville said, to Harry. He had the broad face and slightly muffled voice of someone who had spent a long time making themselves smaller. I don't know. About whatever they did to you. Wasn't your fault," Harry said. "I know," Neville said. He stopped. It sounds familiar, is all." Harry looked at him properly, at the round face and the nervous hands and the eyes that were, under the surface nervousness, considerably older and more watchful than 11 had any business being. "We should talk," Harry said. "Not tonight. But soon." Neville nodded once, precisely, like something had been confirmed. Later, walking through the corridors toward Gryffindor Tower in a crowd of chattering first-years following Percy Weasley's self-important lead, Harry fell slightly behind and found Fawkes matching pace with him, gliding silently 6 inches off the stone floor with his wings half-furled like a creature who has decided that wherever Harry is going, that's the current correct direction. Harry looked at the Phoenix. "You've been planning that for a while, haven't you?" Fawkes tilted his head. "Why tonight? Why not sooner?" The Phoenix looked at him with those ancient dark eyes and trilled softly, once, and Harry had the strong impression of an answer that existed entirely outside of language, something about timing, about readiness, about the difference between removing a constraint before a person can hold what's underneath and removing it at exactly the moment the structure becomes capable of bearing its own weight. "So you waited until I could handle it," Harry said. Fawkes looked, somehow, like obviously again. "You're very confident in my ability to handle things," Harry said. "We just met." The Phoenix ruffled his feathers in a manner that communicated, very clearly, that they had not just met. Harry considered this. "Filed it under the heading of things to understand before I need them," which was a heading that was filling up fast. Percy Weasley, counting heads at the base of a staircase that had apparently just changed direction out of spite, noticed Fawkes and turned a complicated color. The Phoenix, that can't come up to, Headmaster Dumbledore's Phoenix shouldn't be." Percy stopped. Regrouped. Applied authority like a bandage. "It's not allowed in the dormitories." Fawkes looked at Percy Weasley with the dignified patience of a being who has outlived every rulebook ever written, and then looked back at Harry. "He can stay in the common room if he wants," Harry said. "I don't think he takes orders." "He doesn't take orders from students," Percy said. "He doesn't take orders from anyone," Harry said. "Ask Dumbledore. He's been finding that out all evening." He headed up the stairs. Fawkes followed. Percy made a sound like a kettle and wrote something aggressively in the small notebook he kept in his breast pocket, and the first-years filed past him with the energy of people who have witnessed something that will be talked about for the rest of their school careers. In the Gryffindor common room, which was everything the word common room failed to suggest, all deep red furnishings and crackling fire and the kind of architectural comfort that whispered safe in a frequency aimed directly at tired children, Harry sat in a chair by the fire and looked at his hands and thought, for the first time in conscious memory, without the low fog of the dampeners, without the compulsion toward smallness, without the 6 constructs shaping and routing and limiting everything he was. His thoughts were very fast and very clear. He thought, "I am 11 years old and I have been shaped toward a purpose I didn't choose, and the person who shaped me is the most powerful wizard in Britain and the most trusted figure in the wizarding world." He thought, "I have no parents, no money I can access yet, no institutional standing, no political allies, and approximately zero knowledge of the legal and magical systems that govern what just happened tonight." He thought, "I also have more raw magical capacity than anyone in that hall expected, an apparently ancient and powerful being who has decided to back me, a girl with a notebook who has already thought of the documentation angle, and a castle that is, architecturally speaking, on my side." He thought, "And I have time." Dumbledore moved carefully for 55 years. I can afford to move carefully for one semester. He thought, but carefully doesn't mean quietly. Hermione settled into the chair across from him, still writing, and Ron dropped into the chair beside him and said, mental evening, which was, Harry thought, entirely fair. Yes, Harry agreed. You're really not scared, Ron said, studying him. Of what? Of Dumbledore. Of whatever comes next. Of any of it. Ron frowned. Most people would be. Harry looked at the fire, at the clean straightforward burn of it, nothing in it but heat and light. The scariest thing that happened tonight, he said, already happened to me without my knowledge. It's been happening my whole life. He paused. Finding out about it doesn't scare me. It just gives me something to work with. Ron stared at him for a moment and then nodded, slowly, with the expression of someone updating their model of the universe. Upstairs, in the headmaster's office, a phoenix-shaped absinthe sat beside a chair that had held a bird for 60 years, and Albus Dumbledore sat alone at his desk and looked at the space where Fawkes usually perched and allowed himself, in the privacy of no witnesses, a single moment of something that wasn't quite fear and wasn't quite grief but occupied the space between them. Then he picked up a quill and began to write. The first draft of the explanation. The story that would make this reasonable. He had been writing that story, in various forms, for 55 years. He was not yet sure this version would hold. Chapter 2, The Architecture. Harry woke up before anyone else in the dormitory. This wasn't unusual, the Dursleys had trained earliness into him the way a river trains rock, slowly and without asking permission, but the quality of being awake was different now. There was no fog. No low-level grey wash between him and the morning. He opened his eyes and the dormitory ceiling was just there, present and detailed, the red canopy of the four-poster above him, the sound of 5 boys breathing in different rhythms, the thin grey light of a Scottish dawn coming through gaps in the curtains. He lay still for about 30 seconds, which was all the stillness he had in him. He dressed quietly and went downstairs. Fawkes was on the back of an armchair by the dead fire, head tucked under one wing. He opened an eye as Harry came down, assessed the situation, and went back to sleep with the sovereign indifference of a creature who sleeps when he chooses and wakes when he chooses and invites no comment on either. Harry found parchment and a quill in his trunk, sat at the table near the window, and wrote a list. Not of things to do. Of things to know. There was a difference, and his mind, running clean and fast in the morning quiet, understood the difference clearly. You couldn't build an action plan on missing information. Every step he took before he understood the architecture of what Dumbledore had built would be a step inside a system designed for someone else. He wrote, what exactly were the 6 constructs? Specific magical type, specific purpose, caster, date. What is in the scar? What is it doing? What happens if it's removed completely? What is the prophecy? The actual text. Not a summary. What are my parents' wills? Where are they? Who has been executing them? What is the legal status of what was done to me? Under British wizarding law, specifically. Why did Fawkes choose now? He looked at the list. Added, who is Neville Longbottom, actually? He folded the parchment and put it in his pocket and went to find breakfast. The Great Hall at 6:45 in the morning was a fundamentally different room from the Great Hall at night. The ceiling showed actual early sky, pale and honest, no theatrical stars. A handful of older students sat at their tables with the glazed pragmatism of people running on minimum viable consciousness. 3 professors were at the staff table, Sprout, eating toast with the comfortable energy of someone who has been up since 4, Flitwick, reviewing what looked like notes, and Snape, who was sitting at the far end with a cup of something dark and not eating anything, watching Harry walk through the doors with the expression of a man who slept less than anyone and is not surprised by this development. Harry took food from the Gryffindor table, proper food, actual food, eggs and toast and orange juice, the kind of breakfast that suggested the house elves took the task seriously regardless of how many students showed up to receive it, and carried his plate down the hall to the staff table. Every remaining student in the room tracked this. Harry set his plate down at the end of the staff table nearest Snape, which was technically not allowed and also technically not covered by any rule specific enough to cite, and sat. Snape looked at him. "You're going to get me in trouble," Snape said. "I want to talk to you before the day starts," Harry said. "The Great Hall is a neutral space. I'd rather not do this in your office because that's your territory, and I'd rather not do it in the corridor because there's no furniture, and I'd rather not go through McGonagall to schedule a meeting because whatever you tell me might be relevant to what I say to her." Snape was quiet for a long moment. "You are 11 years old," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "The constructs didn't change that." Another pause. Then Snape picked up his cup and drank from it, a small concession that functioned as agreement. "What do you want to know?" Snape said. "What did you know about?" Harry said. "Specifically." Snape set the cup down. He had a quality, Harry noticed, of stillness under pressure, not the comfortable stillness of someone at ease, but the engineered stillness of someone who has learned to hold themselves motionless because motion is readable. He sat very straight, looked at a point slightly past Harry's shoulder, and spoke with the flat precision of someone reciting facts rather than telling a story. "I knew about the loyalty anchor," he said. "A charm that creates a low-level preference in the subject for authority structures endorsed by the caster. Nothing coercive, it doesn't compel obedience, it simply inclines the subject toward trusting Dumbledore's judgment. It was presented to me as a safety measure. In case you ended up in a household that was hostile to the wizarding world, it would ensure you didn't fully absorb their biases." He paused. "That was the explanation I was given." "And you believed it?" "I accepted it," Snape said, and the distinction cost him something. "I suspected a dampener but had no access to the full construct to verify. The dampener is consistent with Dumbledore's position on the prophecy. He wanted your abilities to develop at a controlled rate, in a supervised environment, rather than manifesting erratically in a Muggle household. The other 4. I did not know about them." Flat. Final. Carrying, beneath its flatness, something Harry decided not to push it yet. "If I had known about the compulsion charms or the redirected prophecy anchor, I would." Snape stopped. His jaw was tight. "It would have created a conflict. With your loyalty to Dumbledore." "With my loyalty to your mother," Snape said, and the words came out like something that had been held under pressure for a decade, not dramatic, just precise and edged. "Lily asked me, before she asked me to watch out for you. That was the agreement. I watch, I report on threats, I ensure you aren't walked into danger blind." He looked at Harry directly for the first time. "She did not ask me to participate in a project that treated you as a managed asset." Harry looked back at him and thought about the grief that had been on Snape's face last night and what it meant that the man had been in this school for 10 years, watching and reporting, without knowing the full scope of what had been done to the boy he'd been watching. "Okay," Harry said. "Thank you for telling me that." Snape looked slightly wrong-footed by the lack of drama. "You're remarkably composed," he said, with something that might have been either suspicion or approval. "I'm furious," Harry said pleasantly, and ate some eggs. "But fury without information is just noise, and I don't have enough information yet to be usefully angry." Snape looked at him for a long, weighing moment. Then he said, "The constructs would have been documented. Dumbledore documents everything, it's his primary character flaw and his most underestimated quality. Every magical working he does gets a record, not because he's required to, but because he believes in accounting for his choices. You will find the documentation in his personal archive." He picked up his cup again. "Whether you will be permitted to access it is a separate question." "Where's the archive?" "His office. Specifically, the locked cabinet to the left of the pensieve, behind the portrait of Everard." Snape said this with the matter-of-fact delivery of someone providing directions to a library, and Harry had the impression that this was a choice, that Snape was giving him something deliberately, a tool placed in a hand with full knowledge of how it would be used. "And you're telling me this because because your mother would want you to know what was done to you, Snape said. And because Dumbledore is wrong, and has been wrong for a long time, and I have been complicit in his wrongness for a long time, and that is a fact I cannot undo. The words were clipped and precise. Not an apology. Snape did not appear to have the machinery for apology, but something adjacent. An acknowledgement offered like payment of a debt. Harry nodded, absorbed this, filed it. One more thing, he said. The prophecy. You were there when it was made. Snape's stillness shifted quality. Who told you? Nobody. You flinched when I mentioned it last night. And you already know the text, which means you were either present or received a report, and given your history with Dumbledore and Voldemort, present is more likely. Harry ate more toast. I'm not going to ask you to tell me what it says. I'm going to find the text myself. I just want to know, is it the reason for all of this? The constructs, the plans, the whole architecture. Snape was quiet for a long moment. It is the blueprint, he said finally. Everything Dumbledore has done since 1979 has been a response to what he heard in that corridor. And does the prophecy say what he thinks it says? The silence this time was very specific. That, Snape said carefully, is the question I would most like answered. Harry finished his breakfast, thanked Snape in a tone that clearly communicated this wasn't a dismissal but a tactical pause, and went back to the Gryffindor table as the hall began to fill with students. Hermione was one of the first arrivals. She sat across from him, placed her notebook and 3 separate books on the table with the efficient territory marking of someone who intends to work through breakfast, and then looked up and said, I've been reading about magical construct law. Already, Harry said. I couldn't sleep. She said it without embarrassment. Layered magical constructs placed on a minor without parental consent are covered under the 1762 Magical Consent Codification Act. Or they should be. The enforcement mechanism is through the Wisengamot's Committee for Magical Ethics, which hasn't been convened in about 30 years because nobody's filed a complaint. She tapped her notebook. The reason nobody's filed a complaint in 30 years is primarily because Dumbledore is also Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot. Harry looked at her. So he's both the person who did it and the head of the body that would adjudicate it. Yes, she said. Which is an extraordinary conflict of interest and also completely legal under current wizarding governance. She paused. I think. You think. I'm 11. I've been doing this research for 4 hours on borrowed library books. I could be wrong about some of the procedural details. She said this without any apparent distress, simply accurate self-reporting. But the broad architecture of the problem seems correct. He has enormous structural protection. Not because what he did was legal, but because the systems that would challenge it are systems he controls. Not all of them, Harry said. Hermione's pen slowed. What do you mean? The Wisengamot is one body. The Ministry has departments that don't report to the Wisengamot. International magical law might have different jurisdiction over certain kinds of. He stopped. I don't actually know enough about the structure yet. But the assumption that Dumbledore controls all possible pathways is probably the assumption he wants everyone to make. It's also probably wrong. Hermione wrote something down. I'll research the Ministry's departmental structure. I'll find the documentation of what was placed on me, Harry said. Tonight. She looked up again. How? I know where it is. Is this something we're being careful about, or something we're being bold about? Harry thought about it. Bold, he said. But not reckless. There's a difference. I know there's a difference, Hermione said, slightly exasperated. I'm asking which specific approach you're planning. I'll walk in the front door, Harry said, if someone knocks on it for me. She stared at him for a moment, and then she wrote something else in her notebook, and Harry had the impression that what she wrote was less a note than a decision. Classes started. Potions was in a dungeon that smelled like everything interesting and dangerous happening at once, copper and anise and something organic and too warm, and Snape taught it the way a master locksmith might teach someone to pick locks, with complete technical precision, zero reassurance, and a tacit assumption that failure had consequences. Most of the first years were terrified. Harry found it fascinating. The logic of potions was causal and clean in a way that appealed to him: do exactly this thing in exactly this order and get exactly this result. It was a system you could learn completely if you were willing to put the work in. He answered 2 questions correctly and 1 incorrectly, and Snape's expression when he answered incorrectly was so identical to his expression when he answered correctly that Harry concluded the man was genuinely attempting neutrality, which, given everything, he appreciated. Draco Malfoy sat 2 benches over and watched Harry throughout the class with the focused attention of someone reconfiguring a significant number of prior assumptions. After class, in the corridor, he fell into step beside Harry with the studied casualness of someone who has been planning to do exactly this. "Last night," Malfoy said. "Yes," Harry said. "Those constructs." He said it like he was testing the weight of it. "My father is on the Wizengamot." "I know." Malfoy's eyes narrowed. "You know. Hermione told me this morning. 12 members of the current Wizengamot are either known Dumbledore loyalists or have financial interests aligned with his institutional position. Your father is neither, which makes him one of maybe 4 members who might take an independent inquiry seriously." Harry looked at him sideways. "I'm not asking you to do anything. I'm just telling you I know the landscape." Malfoy walked beside him for 5 more steps in silence. "You're not what I expected," he said finally. "What did you expect?" "Someone I could manage," Malfoy said, with more honesty than Harry had anticipated, and peeled off toward the Slytherin corridor without another word. Harry went to Transfiguration. McGonagall taught the way she carried herself, with absolute precision, no wasted movement, and the particular quality of someone who holds a standard not because they were told to but because they genuinely cannot function below it. She turned her own desk into a pig and back again while the class was still sitting down, and the point of the demonstration was less "look what magic can do" and more "I am not here to be impressed by your expectations, I am here to teach you something real." Harry liked her immediately and thoroughly. She called on him twice. The first time was routine. The second time, after the class had been set to work on matches and he'd already turned his into a needle, clean silver, proper eye, no residual wood grain, 3 minutes ahead of schedule, she came to stand beside his desk and looked at his work and said, without inflection, "Again." He turned the needle back to a match and turned it back to a needle. She watched. "Your control is precise," she said quietly, so the class couldn't hear. "More precise than it should be for someone who hasn't had formal training." "I've been doing magic accidentally my whole life," Harry said. "I think I understand the mechanics better than I know I understand them. If that makes sense." "It makes a great deal of sense." She paused. "The dampeners will have affected your development in ways that won't all present immediately. You may find your magic more variable than usual over the coming weeks as your signature stabilizes." "How long does stabilization take?" Harry said. "Without precedent to reference." She picked up his needle and examined it. "I don't know. I've never seen anything exactly like this." She set it down. "I intend to say that with significant frequency in relation to you, I suspect." "Professor," Harry said, while she was still close. "You knew him for a long time." She didn't pretend not to know who he meant. 40 years, she said. "As a student and then as a colleague." "Did you ever suspect any of it?" The silence that followed had texture. It was the silence of a person who has been asking themselves this question since approximately 9 o'clock the previous evening and has not found an answer they are comfortable with. "I trusted him," she said finally. "I trusted him because he was, genuinely, the most brilliant and the most principled man I had ever met. The fact that brilliance and principle can coexist with a willingness to," she stopped. "I have spent 40 years watching him do extraordinary good, Harry. That is not erased by last night. But neither is last night erased by 40 years." She moved on to the next student. Harry turned his match into a needle twice more, thinking. The afternoon brought flying class, which was objectively the best thing Harry had encountered in the wizarding world so far. He discovered this in the first 30 seconds of being on a broom, the moment it rose smoothly into his grip when he called it, the moment it recognized him with a sort of mechanical affection that registered in his palms, the moment he pushed off the ground and the world dropped away and he was suddenly in an element he hadn't known he'd been missing. He didn't show off. He didn't need to. He flew with the easy economy of someone who has just discovered the thing their body was designed to do, and Madame Hooch watched him with the particular attention of a trainer recognizing something special and trying to decide how to handle it. Neville fell off his broom. Not a dramatic fall, he grabbed the broom and went horizontal and lost his grip at about 15 feet up and came down in a way that would have been serious if Harry hadn't already been moving. He didn't think about it. His broom angled beneath Neville's arc with the instinctive geometry of someone who processes spatial problems faster than conscious thought, and he caught Neville by the back of his robes at about 8 feet, absorbing the inertia in a long diagonal that brought them both safely to earth in the far end of the courtyard. The class stared. Neville sat on the grass for a moment, gathering himself, and then looked up at Harry. "Thank you," he said, and then, quietly, so only Harry could hear, "That's the third time in 2 days something's gone right." "What were the first two?" Harry said. Neville looked at him steadily. "You," he said. "Both times." Harry thought about what the hat had said about Neville Longbottom and sat on the grass beside him and said, "Tell me something about yourself." "Something real." Neville was quiet for a moment. Around them, the class had resumed, and Madame Hooch was focused on a Slytherin who had gone too high, and they had a pocket of relative privacy in the grass. "My parents are in St. Mungo's," Neville said. "They've been there since I was a year old. They were Aurors, they fought Voldemort's people, and after he fell, some of his followers tortured them with the Cruciatus curse until they lost their minds. They're alive, but they don't know me. My gran takes me to visit but they don't know who I am." Harry sat with this. "My gran raises me. She's tough. She's not cruel, but she's always been preparing me for something, I think. Training me. Like there's a job I'm supposed to do." He pulled at the grass. "She never said what it is. But there's a way she looks at me sometimes, like she's checking whether I'm ready." "Has anyone ever told you about a prophecy?" Harry said. Neville looked up sharply. "I don't know the text," Harry said. "But someone told me this morning that there might be 2 candidates. 2 people it could apply to. And you're the right age. You fit." Neville was very still. "I fit," he repeated. "The constructs on me, the ones that got burned off last night, they were suppressing my magic and pushing me toward a specific path. Specifically designed to make me walk into a situation where I'd be useful in a particular way." Harry chose the word useful deliberately because it was honest and correct. If the prophecy has 2 candidates, and someone chose me as the primary, the question is whether they did anything to you as well. And the other question is why they chose me over you. Neville's hands had stopped moving. He was looking at the middle distance with an expression Harry couldn't fully read, not shock, more like recognition. Like someone hearing the name of a thing they've been carrying for a long time. "My gran won't talk about that night," Neville said slowly. "The night my parents were tortured. She'll talk about everything else from that period. She was in the Order, she knew everyone, she'll tell me about battles and plans and people, but that night she just closes." He paused. "She also has a meeting with Dumbledore every year. On my birthday. She goes to his office and she's in there for about an hour and when she comes back she's very quiet for the rest of the day." "What do you think those meetings are about?" Harry said. "I think," Neville said carefully, "they're about keeping me pointed in the right direction." Harry looked at him. "I think," Neville said, "that I have also been managed." They sat together in the autumn grass while the flying lesson continued around them, and the shape of something enormous and two-sided began to resolve in Harry's understanding, and he thought, Dumbledore didn't just build a plan around me. He built a contingency. Neville is the other option, and whoever Neville is underneath the management is probably as surprising as whatever I turned out to be. After dinner, Harry said, "Come find me in the common room. Bring whatever you know. I'll have more information by then." Neville nodded. The same single, precise nod as last night. After dinner, Harry did not go to the common room. He went to the third floor, took the staircase that the twins had pointed out as the one that stayed put regardless of the castle's mood, climbed to the seventh floor, and knocked on the stone gargoyle outside Dumbledore's office at 7:45 in the evening with the calm of someone who has scheduled an appointment. He hadn't, technically, scheduled an appointment. But he knocked like he had, and the gargoyle regarded him with the carved suspicion of architectural magic, and Harry said, loudly enough for the staircase to hear, "I need to speak with the headmaster. It's about last night." The gargoyle shifted. Harry climbed. The office was everything and more than the whispered descriptions had suggested, circular, crammed with quietly humming instruments, portraits of former headmasters occupying every inch of wall between bookshelves, the great claw-footed desk with its piles of parchment, and behind the desk, Albus Dumbledore, who looked up as Harry entered and showed no surprise whatsoever, which meant he had expected this, which meant he had been ready. The chess master had reset the board. "Harry," he said warmly. "I had wondered when you might come. Please, sit." "I'll stand," Harry said, and looked directly at the cabinet to the left of the pensieve, and looked back at Dumbledore. The old man's eyes followed the glance. Something very subtle shifted in his expression. "You want to see the documentation," Dumbledore said. "I want to see everything," Harry said. "All of it. Every record you have that pertains to me, my parents, the constructs, and the prophecy. I want to see it tonight. Harry." The voice was still warm, but there was something under the warmth now, a structural note that had come into it, the note of a man setting weight. "I understand that last night was disorienting, and I understand that you have questions. I intend to answer them. But there are reasons why certain information is managed carefully, reasons that exist for your protection, and for the protection of Professor Dumbledore," Harry said, and his voice was very quiet. "You put 6 magical constructs on me. One of them is a compulsion charm, which is illegal under wizarding law. One of them is anchored in my scar, which means you used my parents' sacrifice, which was their choice, not yours, as a vehicle for something they didn't consent to." He paused. "I am 11 years old and I do not have a legal guardian who can advocate for me, and the most natural body to advocate for me is headed by you. I understand that you have structural advantages in this situation. I'm not here to fight you tonight. I'm here to tell you, clearly, that I know what those advantages are, and that I'm keeping a record." The portraits were all awake, Harry noticed. Every single former headmaster and headmistress was sitting up in their frame, watching. Phineas Nigellus Black, silver-framed and narrow-eyed, said nothing, but he had moved to the very edge of his painted chair. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long, careful moment. Something in the calculating motion of those blue eyes paused, reconfigured. "What record?" he said. "My own observations, plus Hermione Granger's observations, plus Severus Snape's observations, plus whatever the had experienced during my sorting, plus the testimony of approximately 200 students who were present in the Great Hall last night." Harry counted these on his fingers. "Also Fawkes, technically, though I'm less sure how testimony from a phoenix works procedurally. I'll look it up." Dumbledore was very still. "You've been busy since breakfast," he said. "I didn't sleep much," Harry said, and it was entirely true. Dumbledore rose from the desk, crossed to the cabinet beside the pensieve, and paused with his hand on it. "I will show you the documentation," he said. "But I want you to understand something first. Not as a manipulation, I know you're watching for that, and I respect it, but as a genuine statement of context." He looked at Harry directly. "I have made choices that I would defend before any court, any body, any god. I have also made choices that I cannot defend except by outcome, and the outcome remains incomplete. The world is not yet safe. What is in your scar is a piece of a soul that does not belong there, and removing it before the correct conditions are met could kill you. Harry absorbed this. The correct conditions, he said. Which are conditions you define? Which are conditions I understand better than anyone currently alive, Dumbledore said, with a different quality than warmth, something that was, very simply, true. That is not self-aggrandizement. It is the uncomfortable fact of the situation. Tell me what's in my scar, Harry said. Dumbledore opened the cabinet. The documentation was in 3 separate folders, actual manila folders, enchanted so they couldn't be copied without his knowledge, but that was a secondary issue. Harry took the first one, sat down uninvited in the high-backed chair across from the pensieve, and opened it. The handwriting was precise and careful, every letter formed with deliberate elegance, and the first page was dated October 31st, 1981. The night his parents died. He read. It took 20 minutes, and Dumbledore sat behind his desk and let him read, and the instruments hummed their quiet instruments hum, and the portraits watched, and outside the window the Scottish hills were dark and enormous under a sky that had finally decided on stars. When Harry finished the first folder and set it down, he sat for a moment with his hands in his lap. The soul fragment, he said. You've known since November 1981. Yes. And your plan is for me to die. Deliberately. At the right moment. To destroy it. The word die sat in the office like a dropped stone. It is more nuanced than, is that the plan, Harry said, yes or no. The silence was the longest one yet. In its simplest form, Dumbledore said. Yes. But simple forms are rarely, here's what I want to know, Harry said, and now, for the first time tonight, there was something in his voice that wasn't purely analytical. Not anger exactly. Something hotter and more fundamental, that lived below anger, that anger was built on top of. Did my mother know? When she stood in front of the killing curse. When she died for me. Did she know that you planned to use what she created, the protection in her sacrifice, as one component in a mechanism designed to eventually walk her son to his death? Dumbledore's face did something complicated and real. No, he said. No, Harry said. Lily did not know the full scope of what I anticipated. She died not knowing that you were already planning how to use her death. Dumbledore did not answer. Which was its own answer. Harry stood up. He picked up all 3 folders. I'm keeping these, he said. Dumbledore rose. Harry, those are evidence, Harry said. And I'm an interested party and you've just admitted to a plan that involves my deliberate death without my knowledge or consent. I'm keeping them. He looked at the old man, really looked, the way he'd been looking at people all day, with the cold clarity the constructs had hidden from him his whole life, and he saw what was there and he didn't hate it, exactly. I don't think you're evil, he said. I think you're the most competent person in the room in almost every room you've ever been in, and I think that convinced you that being the most competent person made you the most entitled person, and those are not the same thing. He walked to the door. Harry. Dumbledore's voice had lost, for the first time since last night, all of its architecture. It was just a voice. An old man's voice, genuinely. Whatever you think of me, whatever is right to think of me, the danger is real. Voldemort is not gone. He is diminished, and he will return, and when he does, you are the only person described in the prophecy as having the power to face him. Harry paused at the door. Maybe, he said. Or maybe I'm one of 2 people described in the prophecy, and the other one hasn't been pushed in front of the problem yet. And maybe there are approaches to the problem that don't require me to be managed toward a planned death. He opened the door. I'll let you know what I figure out. He went down the moving staircase, folders under his arm, and found Fawkes waiting for him at the bottom. The phoenix fell into step beside him, still that 6 inches off the ground, that unhurried wingfold, and they walked back through the castle together, through corridors where torches burned orange and the portraits registered his passage with varying degrees of attention. And Harry thought about everything he'd read in those 3 folders and organized it into categories and felt the shape of the problem clarify in his mind like a lens coming into focus. The problem was not Dumbledore. Dumbledore was a symptom. The problem was the prophecy. More specifically, the problem was that everyone, Dumbledore, Voldemort, the entire wizarding world, had spent 15 years treating the prophecy as a settled fact rather than a text to be examined. Nobody had asked the obvious questions: what does it actually mean, are there alternate readings, what are the conditions it describes, and who decided that the interpretation being acted on was the correct one. Harry had read enough of the documentation tonight to know that Dumbledore's interpretation was one reading. Snape had already told him it might be wrong. He needed the actual text. He pushed open the portrait of the fat lady, who was clearly awake and waiting for drama, and climbed through into the common room. Hermione and Neville were both there, seated across from each other at the table by the window, with several books between them. Ron was on the sofa pretending to read and very obviously not reading. The twins were in their preferred armchairs by the fire and had the air of people who had arranged themselves for optimal intelligence gathering. Everyone looked at the folders. "You went to his office," Hermione said. "He showed me everything," Harry said. "Or most of it." He set the folders on the table. "There's a lot here. I need people to read different sections." "What are we looking for?" Hermione said. "Inconsistencies between what the documentation says was done and what was actually detectable from the magical signatures. Anything about the prophecy that references a second candidate. Any legal language that was used to justify the constructs, because that language will have gaps in it." He sat. "Also anything about my parents that suggests they pushed back. Because Snape told me this morning that my mother would not have agreed to some of this, and if she pushed back, there might be a record of it, and if there's a record of it, that record is useful." Neville reached for one of the folders with steady hands. "My mum and dad knew your parents," he said, opening it. "Before everything. My gran has photographs. They were friends." He said it quietly, looking at the page, and Harry looked at the back of his head and thought about 2 boys who should have grown up together, probably, in a world that wasn't designed around managing them toward a purpose, and felt that hot thing beneath the anger stir again. "Neville," he said. Neville looked up. "We're going to figure out what the prophecy actually says," Harry said. "Both of us. The real text, not the managed version. And then we're going to make our own decisions about what it means." He paused. "Not someone else's decisions. Ours." Neville looked at him for a moment, and then, for the first time since Harry had met him, he smiled, a real one, not the careful apologetic reflex he'd been using all day, but something from further in, something that suggested the person underneath the nervous surface was substantially more formidable than the surface. "Okay," Neville said, and went back to reading. Fawkes settled on the back of the sofa behind Harry, arranged his burning feathers with dignity, and closed his eyes. The common room fire crackled. Outside, the Scottish hills held their ground under a sky full of stars, and inside, 5 11-year-olds sat with stolen documentation and read the architecture of a plan 55 years in the making, and the plan had not accounted for any of them being quite like this. Which was, in the end, the plan's most fundamental flaw. Chapter 3, The Record. The room didn't exist on any map. Harry had been looking for it for 3 days, ever since the hat had dropped a single sentence into his mind during those few seconds of post-sorting quiet. The founding charter has a memory, and memories can be read, and he'd spent those 3 days learning the castle. Not the way other first-years learned it, through wrong turns and the bewildering social geography of which corridors belonged to which houses after dark. Harry learned Hogwarts the way he'd learned the Dursleys' house as a young child, systematically, by feel, mapping the architecture onto an internal model until the building became legible. He noticed which portraits moved between frames and which stayed fixed. He noticed which staircases had opinions and which were mechanical. He noticed that the castle responded to certain kinds of attention the way a dog responds to a familiar hand, not dramatically, just with small adjustments, a door staying open half a second longer than physics warranted, a torch brightening slightly to indicate a turning. On the third morning, he found it. Or rather, the castle showed it to him. A section of wall on the second floor between a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy and a window that looked onto a courtyard that shouldn't have been geometrically possible given the building's exterior dimensions. He'd walked past it twice already. On the third pass he put his hand flat against the stone and felt, very faintly, the specific quality of magic that distinguishes a concealed door from a wall, a sort of potential, like a held breath. He told Hermione that night. She arrived at the wall the following evening with 4 books, 2 sheets of parchment covered in notes, and the expression of someone who has been anticipating exactly this development. The founding charter, she said, running her fingers along the stonework with focused attention. I found a reference to it in Hogwarts, a history, not the standard edition, the 1893 printing with the supplemental appendices that the library has in the restricted section. There's a passage about a room Rowena Ravenclaw built to house the original magical agreements between the 4 founders. Not a classroom, not storage, a record room. Purpose-built to preserve magical documents in a state that keeps them readable and unalterable. Unalterable, Harry said. So whatever's in there can't have been changed. If it's the room I think it is, no. The preservation charms would be foundational, woven into the stone. You can't overwrite stone that old. She pressed both palms flat against the wall. The access mechanism should be intentional rather than password-based. The founders would have built something that responds to genuine need rather than specific knowledge. They couldn't have anticipated every future student who might legitimately need access. Harry considered this, then put both his hands on the wall beside hers and thought, clearly and without performance, about what he needed to know and why he needed to know it. The wall opened inward like a book. Hermione made a sound that was equal parts delight and vindication, and they went in. The room was small and smelled of old stone and something dry and papery and faintly electrical, the smell of preserved magic, which turns out to be a specific thing with a specific quality, like ozone after lightning. Shelves lined 3 walls from floor to ceiling, and on the shelves were documents sealed in flat cases of something that wasn't glass, lighter than glass, that transmitted light with perfect clarity. Every document was labeled in handwriting that had the precise, idiosyncratic character of people who wrote before standardization existed, each label in a different hand, for founders, for styles, for centuries of accumulated record. Not just founding documents. Everything. Every significant magical agreement involving Hogwarts. Every ministry communication with the school since the ministry's founding. Every legal instrument that touched the school's status, its students, its obligations. And on a separate shelf, lower down, in cases that were slightly different from the others, darker edged, with a quality of more recent installation, documents in handwriting Harry had already learned to recognize from 3 days of reading stolen folders. Dumbledore's hand. Harry went to those first. The first case held a document dated July 1979, a full 2 years before he was born. He picked it up carefully, and through the case the text was perfectly legible, and he read it with Hermione looking over his shoulder, and the room was very quiet. It was a conditional. A legal magical instrument, the wizarding equivalent of a signed contract, between Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore and the magical institution of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, in Hogwarts' capacity as a sovereign magical entity with legal standing. The terms were precise. If a child born of a specific magical lineage, described in parameters that fit both Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom within a narrow tolerance, arrived at Hogwarts as a student, the school would extend certain cooperative accommodations. The school would not interfere with certain designated magical constructs on the child's person. The school would route certain ambient magical reinforcements around the constructs rather than through them. In exchange, Dumbledore agreed to ensure the school's continued independence from ministry oversight for a period of 25 years. He made a deal with the school, Hermione said. He made a deal with the school, Harry confirmed. A deal to ensure the school would reinforce his constructs rather than neutralize them. Because the castle's ambient magic is protective, fundamentally, it heals accidental magical damage to students over time, it counteracts minor curses, it would have noticed what was on me, Harry said. And tried to fix it. Slowly, over years. Unless it was contractually prevented. Hermione was very still. The castle has been wanting to remove those constructs since you arrived. Since before I arrived, probably. Since the contract term. Harry set the case down carefully. Fawkes didn't do something unprecedented last night. He completed something the castle had been slowly working toward for 11 years, operating at the edge of what the contract permitted. They looked at each other. The castle, Hermione said slowly, has been on your side this whole time. Harry looked at the walls of the room, the old stone, the precise shelves, the 800 years of accumulated record, and thought about every small assistance the building had provided over the past week, every door, every torch, every staircase. Yes, he said. He picked up the second case. This one was dated September 1980 and was a different kind of document entirely, not an institutional agreement but a personal record, in Dumbledore's hand but different in character from the controlling legal precision of the first, more like a private working through of logic. It was 5 pages long and it was, Harry read with increasing cold clarity, a cost-benefit analysis of 2 human lives. On one side of the analysis, Harry James Potter, born July 31, 1980. On the other, Neville Frank Longbottom, born July 30, 1980. The analysis was thorough, methodical, and genuinely brilliant, which made it more disturbing rather than less. It assessed each child's probable magical development, the strength of their lineages, the likely quality of their upbringing, the social circumstances that would shape their personalities, the psychological profiles that would emerge from different childhood conditions. It ran through scenario after scenario, if Voldemort moved against one family, if the prophecy was triggered early, if intervention was possible or impossible, and evaluated outcomes. And then, on the final page, the conclusion. The Potter child presents several advantages as primary candidate. Maternal magic of extraordinary purity, the protection born of Lily Evans Potter's sacrifice, if achieved, will be unparalleled in modern magical history and will serve as the vehicle for the construct necessary to anchor the child's survival until the appropriate moment. The Longbottom child, while talented, is not positioned for the required sacrifice dynamic. Furthermore, the Potter child will be raised outside the wizarding world. This is not a disadvantage. A childhood of managed deprivation and social isolation will produce exactly the personality traits most useful for the role, a willingness to accept guidance from trusted authority figures, a tendency toward self-sacrifice, an absence of the entitlement and political complication that pureblood upbringing invariably creates. Harry read this sentence 3 times. Hermione read it twice and then turned away and walked to the far wall and stood there with her back to the room for a moment. He planned the Dursleys, Harry said. His voice was entirely level. He planned all of it, Hermione said, to the wall. Her voice had a quality he hadn't heard from her before, tight, contained, the sound of someone exercising extraordinary discipline over something that wants to be loud. Not just the constructs. He chose your placement specifically because an unhappy childhood would make you more useful. He looked at a newborn child and calculated that suffering would produce the right psychological profile. Harry put the case down. He stood for a moment in the quiet room, with Hermione's back to him and the castle's old stone around him and the 800 years of accumulated record witnessing, and let the full shape of what he'd just read settle into place. He'd known, from the folders, from Snape, from last night in the office, that Dumbledore had managed him. He'd known it intellectually, with the cold analytical clarity the released constructs had given him. But there is a difference between knowing that someone used you and reading their handwritten notes about how they designed the using. Reading their careful calculations about how much unhappiness was optimal. The thing below anger stirred, and this time he let it move. It wasn't explosive. It wasn't the kind of fury that makes you want to break things. It was the cold, geological kind, the kind that moves slowly and changes landscapes. Okay, he said. Hermione turned around. Her eyes were bright. "Okay," she said. "I needed to know exactly what it was," he said. "Now I know exactly what it was. That's better." He looked at the shelves. "There are more cases. Let's keep going." She looked at him for a moment longer, and then she nodded, and they kept going. The third relevant case held the document Harry had been circling toward since his first conversation with Snape. The prophecy record was not the original was presumably in the Department of Mysteries, but it was a copy in Dumbledore's hand, and beneath the copied text there were 14 pages of analysis, interpretation, and counterinterpretation. Harry read the prophecy itself first. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." He read it twice. Slowly. Then he read Dumbledore's 14 pages of analysis. The analysis was remarkable, genuinely, extraordinarily intelligent, the work of a mind that operated at a level Harry was still building toward, and he was honest enough with himself to acknowledge that. Dumbledore had considered multiple interpretations, turned the language over from a dozen angles, tested each reading against possible futures. He had done the work with real seriousness. But he stops at the most convenient interpretation, Harry said, to Hermione, who was reading the 4th page over his shoulder. "Look at this section." He identifies 3 possible readings of "the power the Dark Lord knows not." He analyzes the first 2 extensively. The third one gets 2 sentences. Hermione leaned forward. "The third reading is that the power could be something environmental. Something external. Not a quality inherent to the marked child, but a resource they have access to, a relationship, a location, a magical object, a different person." Harry tapped the page. He dismisses it in 2 sentences as less elegant and moves on. "Less elegant," Hermione repeated. He preferred the interpretation where the power is something Harry Potter is born with, Harry said, third-personing himself with the academic detachment of someone examining evidence. Because that interpretation places the solution inside the variable he's already managing. If the power is external, if it's something I have access to rather than something I inherently am, then he can't control it by controlling me. Hermione was quiet for a moment, reading. "There's something else," she said. She pointed to a section halfway down the 7th page. "Read this." Harry read. It was a brief note, almost an aside, folded into the middle of a longer argument about the phrase "neither can live while the other survives." Dumbledore had written, "See also the Longbottom variables," appended. The dual candidate nature of the original prophecy cannot be ignored, though for operational purposes it must be set aside. The choice was made, the path is set. The dual candidate nature cannot be ignored, Harry read aloud. But for operational purposes it must be set aside. He paused. He knew. He always knew the prophecy could apply to Neville equally. And he chose you, and then he built a system to make the choice permanent. Hermione's voice had recovered its usual precision, but it had something in it now, a resolved quality, the sound of someone who has finished processing something and arrived at a position. If both candidates exist, and the system was designed to funnel the prophecy toward you, then the prophecy was never truly settled. It was steered. Which means we can steer it differently, Harry said. Or, Hermione said, carefully, question whether it needs to be fulfilled on its own terms at all. Prophecies in wizarding law are classified as probabilistic, not deterministic. They describe likely outcomes given current magical trajectories, not fixed futures. She had that look she got when she'd done the reading and was slightly worried about how the reading was going to land. If the prophecy was always probabilistic, then Dumbledore's entire 55-year plan is based on treating a probability as a certainty. Harry sat with this. How do you know that, he said. About prophecies being probabilistic. 1847 Wiesengemot ruling on the admissibility of prophetic evidence in criminal proceedings, Hermione said. Chief Warlock Tiberius Ogden wrote the opinion. Prophecies were ruled inadmissible as predictive evidence because their fulfillment requires the parties involved to act in specific ways, meaning free choice is always a variable, meaning the outcome is never guaranteed. She paused. The ruling has never been overturned. Harry stared at her. You found this in 3 days, he said. 2.5, she said. I had a lot of questions after the sorting. Hermione, Harry said, and he said it with the particular warmth of someone who has found, unexpectedly and for the first time, the specific kind of person they most needed to find. You are genuinely remarkable. She looked surprised, not embarrassed, just surprised, like she'd been calibrating for a different response. You're not bad yourself, she said, which from her was equivalent to a significant compliment. They found the 4th case on the bottom shelf. It was smaller than the others, a single document, 3 pages, dated May 1979, in handwriting Harry didn't recognize at first. Then he read the signature at the bottom and his hands tightened on the case. It was his mother's handwriting. Lily Evans Potter. May 15, 1979. A letter to Dumbledore. Not a response to one, an opening, a first move. Written in a voice that was direct and warm and very, very sharp. Albus, I know what you're planning. Not all of it, I suspect all of it is something I don't have the clearance for and wouldn't be given regardless. But I know about the prophecy. Severus told me what he heard, against your orders and against his better judgment, because he is a better man than he gives himself credit for. I have 2 things to say. First, I will do what is necessary to protect my child and my world. If that means sacrifice, I understand what sacrifice means. I am not afraid of the word. Second, I want your assurance, your explicit, binding, documented assurance, that you will tell my son the truth. All of it. When he is old enough to understand and to choose. Not when it's too late for the choice to matter. Not managed, not parceled out in pieces designed to keep him compliant. The whole truth. Because whatever you think you're building, Albus, you are building it on a person. And people deserve to know what they've been built into. If you cannot give me that assurance, I want you to know that I have other options. James and I are not without allies, and some of those allies operate outside your network. We are not helpless. This is not a threat. This is a mother telling you that she sees you. Lily, the response, pinned behind it in Dumbledore's hand, was half a page. Measured, warm, deeply reassuring. It promised nothing specific. Harry set the case down very gently. She knew, he said quietly. She knew something was off. She pushed back. And he reassured her without committing to anything, and she died 18 months later without ever getting the explicit promise she asked for, Hermione said. She said it steadily, but she was looking at Harry with careful attention, the way you watch someone navigate something difficult. She was trying to protect me, Harry said. Right up to the end. She wrote that knowing she might not be there to enforce it. He looked at the letter in its case. She asked him to tell me the truth when I was old enough. He didn't, Hermione said. No, Harry agreed. He didn't. He stood there for a moment with his mother's letter 2 inches from his hands and let himself feel it, let the cold geological fury warm up just slightly, let it acquire the specific character of grief plus purpose, the kind of emotion that doesn't burn out quickly because it has something to sustain it. Then he started copying. He'd brought parchment and ink, Hermione had brought better parchment and a self-inking quill because of course she had, and they spent the next 90 minutes transcribing every relevant document in precise detail, because originals in a hidden room were evidence and copies in a pocket were portable evidence, which was more immediately useful. While they worked, the room was quiet except for the scratch of quills and, occasionally, the soft sound of Hermione making a note in her own commentary margin, cross-referencing legal citations with the text of the documents, building the infrastructure of an argument with the focused intensity of someone who genuinely loves the work of making a case. The 1762 Act, she said, at one point, without looking up. I found a subsection I missed the first time. Subsection 14. Constructs placed on a minor that alter their magical development without consent of both parents, or in the absence of parents, their legal guardian, are not just subject to civil remedy. They're classified as magical assault if the caster had knowledge of the impact. Dumbledore absolutely had knowledge of the impact, Harry said. That's the entire point of the September 1980 document. He planned the impact. Right. She wrote something. So the civil violation is the construct placement. The criminal violation is the intentionality. And the documented evidence of that intentionality is, sitting in this room, Harry said. In his own handwriting. In his own handwriting, Hermione confirmed, and underlined something twice. Harry copied the last page of the cost-benefit analysis, the most damning page, the one with the sentence about managed deprivation, and then sat back and thought about what came next. The problem was access. Hermione had identified it on the first morning. Dumbledore controlled the most obvious adjudicating bodies. The Wisengamot was his. The ministry had its own complications. Hogwarts governors were a mixed picture. But there were three things Dumbledore didn't fully control, and Harry had been thinking about them since the first morning. The first was the international magical community. The ICW, the International Confederation of Wizards, operated on a different authority structure entirely. Britain was a member state, not a sovereign of the body. If a complaint was filed with the ICW's Ethics Committee, British institutional control was irrelevant. The second was the press. Dumbledore had good relationships with the Daily Prophet's editorial staff, but the Prophet was not the only wizarding publication. The Quibbler was eccentric but independent. There were papers in Europe. There were journals. And more importantly, there was the story itself, a story that 200 students had witnessed, that was already circulating in the way that witnessed events circulate among the young and the talkative, that could not be contained simply by virtue of having been public. The third was Fawkes. Harry didn't fully understand what Fawkes' public abandonment of Dumbledore signified institutionally, but the Phoenix's presence at Harry's side rather than Dumbledore's was something the wizarding world would read. He needed to understand what it meant legally, historically, symbolically. Hermione, he said. What do you know about Phoenix bonds? She looked up. Phoenixes bond voluntarily. They can't be owned or compelled, legally or magically. They're classified as sovereign magical entities under the 1694 Beings and Creatures Classification Act. A phoenix that chooses to end its bond with a wizard is legally equivalent to a professional resignation. She frowned. Which means Fawkes leaving Dumbledore is a matter of public record. If it happened in front of witnesses, it happened in front of the entire school, Harry said. Hermione's eyes went wide. A phoenix abandoning its bonded wizard in public, she said slowly. That's not just symbolically significant. It's evidentially significant. Phoenixes have never been known to remain bonded to a wizard who has committed serious magical crimes against children. There are records going back. She grabbed one of her books, flipped to a marked page. The Caerphilly Trials of 1599. A wizard named Mordred Flitch was found guilty of compulsion magic against minors. His phoenix left him during the tribunal. The court took it as corroborating evidence of guilt. So Fawkes is a witness, Harry said. Fawkes is testimony, Hermione said. They looked at each other across the small room, with 800 years of preserved record around them and the copies of Dumbledore's most private documents between them, and Harry felt the architecture of the next move settle into place with the clean precision of a lock turning. We need to move before he does, Harry said. Not rashly. But quickly. Every day we wait is a day he has to restructure his position. He started organizing the copies. He's already been working on the narrative, I could see it in his office. He's framing it as protective decisions made under impossible circumstances. The longer that framing has to set, the harder it is to dislodge. What's our first move? Hermione said. McGonagall, Harry said. Not to ask permission. To give her a choice. They left the room, which closed behind them with the decisive sound of something that had served its purpose, and came back out into the corridor under the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, where Neville was standing with his back against the wall and his arms crossed, watching the corridor with an expression of studied casualness that would have been convincing to anyone who hadn't been paying attention to Neville Longbottom. I followed you, Neville said, simply. You were gone for 2 hours and nobody knew where you were. I thought someone should. Harry looked at him. Did anyone try to stop you? Professor Snape saw me in the corridor on the 4th floor, Neville said. He looked at me, and he looked at the direction I was going, and he turned around and walked the other way. Snape, Harry said. I know, Neville said. Surprising. Harry handed him the copy of the cost-benefit analysis. Neville read it. He was a fast reader, another thing hidden by the careful performance of being slower than expected. He read it once, went back and reread the final page, and then he handed it back without speaking. His face was calm in the way that comes after something painful has been fully understood. Not numb, calm. Different thing. They chose you, he said. But they were watching me as the backup. Yes. And my Grand's annual meetings with Dumbledore are, progress reports, probably. Ensuring your development was tracking toward the secondary parameters. Neville was quiet for a moment. She didn't know about the primary selection analysis, he said. She couldn't have. She would never. He stopped, reconsidered, and then said honestly, she might not have known, or she might have known and agreed because she thought it was for the greater good. My Gran believes in the greater good very strongly. He paused again. I used to think that was a strength. It can be, Harry said. Depending on who defines it. They walked back toward Gryffindor Tower, 3 of them through the torchlit corridors, and Harry thought about the meeting with McGonagall, which needed to happen tonight if possible, and about what to say to her and how to say it, not as a supplicant, not as a student asking a teacher for help, but as a peer presenting information and offering an informed choice. McGonagall was in her office on the 1st floor, which was how she was always likely to be on a Wednesday evening, grading papers with the sustained energy of a woman for whom work is not separate from identity. Harry knocked on the open door. She looked up. She looked at Neville. She looked at Hermione, who was carrying a stack of parchment that clearly contained organized documentation. Her expression went through several things very quickly and then settled on a quality that was neither warm nor cold but was very present. Sit down, she said. They sat. You've been doing research, she said. We've been doing research, Harry said. And we have documentation that you should see. He set the most relevant copies on her desk. Not for your benefit specifically, you're going to have to decide what to do with this on your own terms, but you need the actual picture before you can make that decision. She looked at the papers. She didn't touch them yet. What am I going to find? Evidence that what was done to me was planned before my birth, was executed with full knowledge of its impact on my psychological development, was specifically designed to make me easier to guide toward a planned death, and was carried out in violation of at least 2 provisions of the 1762 Act. Harry watched her face. Also a letter from my mother, written 18 months before she died, asking Dumbledore to promise he'd tell me the truth. He never made the promise. McGonagall looked at him for a long moment. Then she picked up the first page. She read in silence. She was a fast reader, faster than Harry, probably faster than Hermione, and she moved through the pages with the efficiency of long academic habit, and her face did very little while she read, and Harry thought that the stillness was not the stillness of someone unmoved but the stillness of someone who moves internally with great speed and has learned, over 40 years of professional life, not to let internal speed show externally. She got to the cost-benefit analysis. She read the sentence about managed deprivation. She set the papers down. When did you find these? She said. This evening, Harry said. Where? There's a room, he said. The school showed it to me. The founding charter room. Everything in it is original and unalterable. She closed her eyes briefly. Of course there is, she said, as if this were a small additional weight on a scale that was already heavily loaded. Professor, Harry said. I'm not coming to you to be protected. I'm coming to you because you have institutional authority that I don't have yet, and because you are, as far as I can tell, someone who actually cares whether right things happen. He paused. I want to file a formal complaint with the ICW's Ethics Committee. To do that I need a Hogwarts staff member to co-sign the filing as institutional witness. The committee requires it for complaints involving students at member state institutions. You are the deputy headmistress. Your signature carries weight that mine doesn't. McGonagall opened her eyes and looked at him. You want me to formally move against Albus, she said. I want you to formally witness what was done and allow that witness to be recorded, Harry said. You don't have to characterize it. The documents characterize themselves. She was quiet for what felt like a very long time. If I do this, she said slowly, it begins a process that cannot be undone. The ICW filing is a matter of international public record. Albus will know immediately. It will, I know, Harry said. 40 years, she said. I have worked beside him for 40 years. I know, Harry said again, and he said it without pressure, without urgency, just the acknowledgement of a real cost. I'm not asking you to decide in the next 5 minutes. I'm asking you to read everything first and then decide. McGonagall picked up the letter from his mother. She read it. She set it down. She looked out her window at the dark grounds for a while, and Harry waited, and Hermione sat with her hands folded, and Neville sat very still, and the office fire crackled, and outside the window Scotland did what Scotland does at night in autumn, which is be enormous and indifferent and older than any human trouble. Lily wrote this herself, McGonagall said. It wasn't quite a question. The handwriting matches other samples in the archive, Hermione said, gently. I compared them. I taught her, McGonagall said. She was one of the finest students I ever had. And she knew. She saw it coming and she put it in writing and she died anyway and she stopped. Her jaw was set. Her hands were flat on the desk. She picked up a quill. Show me the filing form, she said. Hermione produced it from the second stack of parchment. She'd obtained it from the library's International Legal Reference section 3 days ago on general principle, apparently, and set it on the desk. McGonagall began to write. She wrote her name, her title, her institutional affiliation, and in the section marked nature of complaint she wrote, in the precise measured hand of someone who chooses every word, magical assault upon a minor student by placement of undisclosed constructs affecting magical development and psychological conditioning, planned with foreknowledge of harm, enacted without parental consent, in violation of the 1762 Magical Consent Codification Act, subsections 7 and 14. She signed it. She pressed her wand to the seal. The seal glowed briefly and then went the dark gold of a document witnessed by institutional magic. She handed it back to Harry. He held it carefully and looked at it, the clean official document, bearing the deputy headmistress's name and the institutional seal of Hogwarts, attached to his copies of Dumbledore's private documents and his mother's letter, and thought about what it represented. Not victory. Not even close to victory. The beginning of a process. The first brick in a different kind of architecture from the one he'd been built into. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me yet, McGonagall said. Tomorrow morning everything changes. He will know by breakfast. She looked at all three of them. You should all be careful. We will, Harry said. I don't think you fully understand what I mean, she said. He is not a malicious man. He is a brilliant and genuinely loving man who has convinced himself that the ends justify the means, and there is nothing more dangerous in the world than a brilliant, loving person who has arrived at that conviction, because they have the intelligence to construct absolutely any justification and the warmth to make it sound right. She looked at Harry directly. He will try to bring you back inside the plan. Not through force, that's not his method. Through persuasion. Through love, even. He is very good at it. I know, Harry said. I've seen it. Knowing it intellectually and experiencing it in real time are different things, she said. Harry thought about this. I know what he did, he said. Not in a general sense. I have the cost-benefit analysis in his handwriting. I have the letter my mother wrote asking him to tell me the truth, which he received and acknowledged and did not honor. Those are not things I'm going to be argued out of. He stood. I'm not angry at him in a way that makes me stupid. I'm clear about what happened in a way that keeps me steady. There's a difference. McGonagall looked at him for a moment longer. You are very like your mother, she said. It is simultaneously reassuring and alarming. Harry smiled at that, a real one, brief and genuine. I'll take that. They went back to the tower. Fawkes was on the window ledge of the common room when they arrived, looking in through the glass with an expression of dignified impatience, and Harry opened the window to let him in, and he came in and immediately went to the table and looked pointedly at the documents, in the manner of a creature who has been waiting for a full accounting. You knew about the room, Harry said. Fawkes looked at him. How much of this did you know going into last night? The Phoenix tilted his head and sang two short notes, and Harry had the distinct impression of a creature who knows a very great deal, chose a specific moment to act, and is not going to apologize for the timing. You were waiting until I could handle what came after, Harry said. Not just the liberation. The whole chain of it. One note. Confirmatory. And you think I can handle what comes after this, Harry said, looking at the ICW filing in his hand. Fawkes looked at him with those dark ancient eyes and made no sound at all, and the silence was more confident than anything Harry had heard all day. Ron appeared from the stairs, looked at the filing in Harry's hand, looked at Hermione's expression, looked at Neville's expression, looked at Fawkes. Did something massive just happen again, he said. We filed an international magical ethics complaint against Dumbledore, Hermione said. Ron sat down on the nearest chair. Right, he said. Before breakfast. Brilliant. It's 11 at night, Hermione said. Before breakfast, Ron said firmly. Some things are before breakfast regardless of the time. Harry sat at the table and looked out the window at the dark castle grounds and thought about tomorrow, and the day after, and the specific sequence of moves between now and a point in the future where the architecture that had been built around him was fully replaced by something he'd built himself. It was a long sequence. He was not in a hurry. He was in a castle that had been waiting 11 years to help him, with documents in Dumbledore's own handwriting, with a phoenix that had chosen him, with people beside him who had chosen him for their own clear-eyed reasons, and with the kind of mind that worked best when the problem was large and difficult. Outside, the sky was finally showing stars, not the enchanted ones of the Great Hall, but the actual ones, the ones that didn't care about institutional politics or 55-year plans or what any of it meant. Harry watched them for a while. Then he started writing the letter to the ICW. Chapter 4, The Trial That Wasn't the Daily Prophet arrived at breakfast on Thursday morning with a front page that told Harry two things simultaneously. The first was that someone in Hogwarts had talked. The headline read, Phoenix abandons Dumbledore at sorting ceremony, questions raised over first-year student. The byline was Rita Skeeter's, which meant the story was approximately 60% accurate and 100% designed to be read by people who wanted drama with their morning tea. The article described the events of Monday night in terms that were both lurid and surprisingly specific, specific enough that the source had been present, specific enough that the source had understood what they were seeing, vague enough in the right places to indicate they'd been careful. The second thing the headline told Harry was that Dumbledore had not yet managed the story. If he'd reached Skeeter before publication, the framing would have been different, warmer, more context-heavy, already building the narrative of a headmaster who had made difficult choices out of love. Instead, the article was uncontrolled, raw, and running on eyewitness energy. That window would close. Harry ate his eggs and read the article with the focused attention of someone cataloging what was public and what wasn't. Someone from the older years, Hermione said, reading over his shoulder. The detail about the magical dissolution signatures, that specific observational language. Someone who understood what they were seeing. Could be any number of people, Ron said through toast. Half the school was there. The description of Dumbledore's face when the fourth block broke, Harry said, pointing to the paragraph. That's very precise. Someone who was watching him specifically rather than watching me. Snape, Neville said quietly, from across the table. They all looked at him. Or someone watching Snape watching Dumbledore, Neville said. The Slytherin table had a direct sightline to both. Harry looked at the Slytherin table. Draco Malfoy was reading the same article with an expression of careful neutrality that was itself a form of expression. The ICW letter had gone out last night via Fawkes, who had taken it with the purposeful air of a courier who knows the contents are important and intends to deliver them accordingly. The ICW's Edinburgh office would have received it by dawn. Which meant by now, someone in the international body was reading Harry Potter's name, Minerva McGonagall's signature, and the summary of 6 magical constructs placed on a minor child by the chief warlock of the British Wizengamot. The morning had a particular quality to it. Not tense exactly, charged. The way air feels before lightning decides where to go. Dumbledore was not at the staff table. McGonagall was, sitting very straight, eating nothing, looking at something in the middle distance that only she could see. When Harry caught her eye she gave him a single nod that communicated it's done, move forward, and went back to her private distance. Snape was at the end of the table with his usual dark cup, and he had clearly already read the article because the paper was folded beside him and his expression had the quality of a man who has received information he expected and is now updating secondary variables. Classes went as classes go when the institutional atmosphere is crackling with something unspoken, everyone slightly too attentive, the normal background noise of a school turned down a register, conversation stopping just slightly too quickly when a teacher entered a room. Harry moved through the morning without performing anything. He went to Charms, where Flitwick taught the Wingardium Leviosa charm with the infectious enthusiasm of someone who never stopped finding magic genuinely delightful, and Harry's feather was 3 feet in the air before most of the class had their wands properly positioned, which Flitwick noticed and responded to by making the lesson harder in ways that kept Harry engaged. Good teacher. Harry filed this under useful. It was after lunch, crossing the entrance hall toward the library, that Dumbledore found him. Not ambush, Dumbledore didn't do ambush. He was simply there, descending the main staircase at the precise moment Harry crossed the hall, which was either coincidence or a very smoothly executed interception. He wore robes the color of deep water and his expression was the warm, attentive expression of someone who has all the time in the world and means every second of it well. Harry, he said. Would you walk with me? Where? Harry said. Grounds, Dumbledore said. It's a fine morning. Or what's left of it. Harry considered this. Refusing wasn't the right move, refusing was defensive, and he didn't have anything to be defensive about. More importantly, he wanted to hear what Dumbledore said now, today, with the ICW letter already delivered and the Prophet article already circulating. Sure, Harry said. They went out through the great oak doors into the autumn grounds, and the air was genuinely good, cold and clear and smelling of old leaves and the loch's particular brackish mineral quality, and Dumbledore walked beside Harry at a comfortable pace, hands clasped behind his back, and for the first 3 minutes said absolutely nothing. Harry waited. The ICW filing, Dumbledore said eventually, conversationally. Yes, Harry said. A bold move. An appropriate one, Harry said. Given the documentation. Given the documentation, Dumbledore agreed, which was itself a kind of boldness, acknowledging the documentation's existence rather than disputing it. You found the founding charter room. The castle showed it to me. Of course it did. A pause, and in that pause something that was almost rueful. I made an agreement with the school, 40 years ago, to prevent it from actively counteracting the constructs. I could not make an agreement with the school to be less itself. Hogwarts has its own opinions about justice, built into its stone. I always knew there was a risk that the ambient magic would eventually provide access to someone withstanding. You thought it might be me specifically, Harry said. I hoped, Dumbledore said, and the word hoped landed with unexpected weight. Hoped that if the time came, it would be you, rather than someone with less context. Less care. He glanced sideways. You have handled this with remarkable restraint. I'm not restrained, Harry said. I'm strategic. Yes. I know. Dumbledore walked for a few more paces. The difference matters enormously. Restraint is suppression. Strategy is direction. You are directing this. He looked at the lake. Your mother was strategic. Not her reputation. In the popular understanding, people remember Lily for her warmth, her heart, and those were real. But the sharpness in her was just as real. She saw around corners. Harry didn't respond to this. It wasn't bait exactly, but it was an invitation, to feel warmly toward this man through the medium of his mother's memory, and he simply let it pass. What do you actually want from this conversation? Harry said. Dumbledore smiled, and it was a real one, something slightly more complex than warmth. I want to give you information you don't yet have, he said. Not to redirect you. Not to bring you back inside a plan you've correctly identified as flawed. Simply because you deserve it and because some of it is urgent regardless of what you choose to do with it. Tell me, Harry said. The thing in your scar, Dumbledore said. Fawkes diminished it. He couldn't remove it because it is genuinely dangerous to remove before certain conditions are met, not conditions of my design, conditions of its nature. It is a piece of Voldemort's soul. When Voldemort cast the killing curse on you as an infant, the curse rebounded, because of your mother's protection, and the force of the rebound shattered a fragment of his soul from the main body. That fragment, having nowhere to go, latched onto the nearest living vessel. He paused. You. Harry walked for a moment. So there's a piece of his soul in me. A Horcrux, Dumbledore said. Though he did not intend it. A Horcrux, Harry repeated. And these are, what, things a person does deliberately to preserve their soul. To avoid death. Precisely. Voldemort created several. Intentionally. Before the night he came to Godric's Hollow. He had already split his soul multiple times through deliberate murder, anchoring pieces of it to objects. As long as those objects survive, he cannot be fully destroyed. Dumbledore's voice had the quality of someone delivering a difficult medical diagnosis, factual, without softening, because softening is its own kind of disrespect. The piece in your scar is one such anchor. An accidental one, but structurally identical. So to fully destroy Voldemort, all the Horcruxes have to be destroyed, Harry said. Including the one in me. Yes. And your plan, Harry said, was for me to destroy the others, then die, destroying the final one. In the simplest terms. What are the less simple terms? Harry said. Dumbledore stopped walking. He turned to face the lake, and his expression had dropped some of its management, gone slightly deeper, into something more genuinely uncertain. The less simple terms are that I do not know with absolute certainty whether the piece in your scar can be removed without your death. I believe it can, under specific circumstances. I have never had the opportunity to confirm it experimentally. Because your plan didn't include looking for a way that didn't require my death, Harry said. Not an accusation. A fact. The pause that followed was very long. No, Dumbledore said. My plan did not spend sufficient time on that question. He looked at Harry. That was a failure. Not a strategic failure, a moral one. You deserved better. Harry looked at the lake for a while. Thank you for saying that, he said, and meant it. How many Horcruxes? 7 total. Including the one in you. I have identified 2 with reasonable certainty. I suspect 3 more. One is already destroyed. He reached into his robes and produced a small folded parchment. A list. Descriptions, probable locations, everything I have. I was going to give this to you eventually, within a framing of my choosing, at a time of my choosing. I'm giving it to you now because the ICW process is going to create complications, and if Voldemort moves in the interim, Voldemort is already moving, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him sharply. There's something wrong with Quirrell, Harry said. The defense professor. The stutter, the nervousness, it's performed. I've watched him for a week. He doesn't stutter when he thinks nobody's listening. And there's a smell on him, very faint, that I can't identify, but Fawkes won't go within 20 feet of him. Dumbledore was very still. Fawkes avoids him, Harry said. The first day of classes, Quirrell walked past me in the corridor and Fawkes, who was flying above me at the time, went to the opposite wall without me asking him to. That's not a preference. That's a warning. You've known this since Tuesday, Dumbledore said. Yes. And you didn't tell me. I didn't know whether telling you was safe, Harry said simply. I wasn't sure what you'd do with the information before I understood what was going on. I'm telling you now because you're giving me the Horcrux list and that changes the information balance. Dumbledore looked at him, really looked, in a way that was stripped of most of its management, just a very old and very tired man looking at an 11-year-old who had, in the space of 4 days, partially dismantled a 55-year plan and built something new in the cleared space. You are extraordinary, Dumbledore said. I know, Harry said, and said it without arrogance and without false modesty, just the flat acknowledgement of something that was true and not particularly comfortable. Can we talk about Quirrell specifically? If Voldemort is attached to him somehow, we have a timeline problem that's separate from the ICW process. Yes, Dumbledore said. We can. He began walking again. There is a philosopher's stone in the school. Of course there is, Harry thought, and said, tell me everything. By the time they came back inside, Harry had the Horcrux list in his pocket, a complete picture of the stone's location and protection, and a clearer understanding of Voldemort's current state than Dumbledore had probably intended to share. The old man had a quality when explaining things. He went deep once he started, the way good teachers do, following the logic rather than the script, and Harry had asked questions that pulled more out than a more managed version of the conversation would have allowed. Dumbledore knew this had happened. As they reached the entrance hall he paused and said, with something genuine in it, you are very good at listening in a way that invites more. Another thing from my mother? Harry said. Actually, Dumbledore said, that one is from James. Harry stopped walking for a moment. Dumbledore walked on, and Harry stood in the entrance hall and let the name settle, and then he kept moving. The ICW responded on Friday morning. Not with the formal acknowledgement Harry had expected, a reference number, a standard confirmation of receipt, but with a full letter on ivory parchment bearing 6 separate wax seals, addressed to Harry James Potter and Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, and CC'd to the British Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Office of the Chief Warlock. McGonagall brought it to the Gryffindor table at breakfast herself, which told Harry something about its contents before he opened it. The ICW had classified the complaint as Category 1, immediate review, no standard processing delay. They were convening an emergency extraordinary session of the Ethics Committee for the following Tuesday. Attendance was requested from Harry Potter, Minerva McGonagall, and Albus Dumbledore. The British Ministry was being formally notified of an active international inquiry into the conduct of its chief warlock. Tuesday, Hermione said. That's 5 days. That's fast, McGonagall said, in a tone that communicated she had expected it to be fast and had been right about that. Dumbledore was at the staff table reading his own copy with perfect composure, and Harry watched him read and thought, he's not surprised. He knew this would happen once the filing went through. He's already 3 moves into his response. The question was what the response was. It came from an unexpected direction. That afternoon, between the last class and dinner, an owl arrived from the ministry bearing a letter with the seal of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the personal signature of Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. The letter was addressed to Harry Potter, student, Hogwarts School, and its tone was what Harry privately categorized as panic wearing a suit. The minister expressed his deep concern. The minister wanted Harry to know that the ministry took all concerns about student welfare extremely seriously. The minister would personally be attending Tuesday's ICW session as an observer. The minister also, in a paragraph that tried very hard to be casual and was not, suggested that Harry might benefit from speaking with an experienced ministry liaison before the session, to ensure he had appropriate context about the complex circumstances involved. Harry read this paragraph twice and identified what it was: Fudge trying to get to him before Tuesday and offer him something. Support, probably. The ministry's backing, in exchange for Harry moderating his position, framing the complaint as a misunderstanding rather than a deliberate act, giving Dumbledore an off-ramp that kept the ICW inquiry from becoming a full international incident. It was a reasonable political move. Fudge wasn't stupid. He understood that an international inquiry into Dumbledore destabilized the British magical establishment in ways that would have significant knock-on effects, and those effects would become his problem. Harry wrote back, "Thank you for your letter. I look forward to seeing you Tuesday. I am fully prepared for the session and do not require pre-briefing." He sent it before dinner, which meant Fudge received it while still at his ministry desk and would spend the weekend recalibrating. Ron watched Harry seal the letter and said, "You just told the Minister of Magic he didn't need to brief you." "Yes," Harry said. "At 11. Does the age change the substance of it?" Harry said. Ron thought about it. "No," he said. "It just makes it funnier." Harry grinned at that, a real grin, quick and genuine, and the twins, who had been observing from their armchairs, both looked deeply satisfied. It was Draco Malfoy who came to him on Saturday. Not in Gryffindor territory, in the library, which was neutral ground by long institutional convention, where Harry was working through the Horcrux list with Hermione and Neville in a corner well away from the other students. Malfoy arrived with the studied casualness of someone who has been planning this for 3 days and doesn't want it to look planned, dropped into the chair across from Harry, and put a folded letter on the table. "My father wants to meet you," Malfoy said. "I know," Harry said. "When?" Malfoy blinked. "You knew he'd send, he's on the Wizengamot, the ICW session is Tuesday, and you told me on Tuesday morning that you were recalibrating your assumptions about me. Your father would have heard from you that same evening." Harry looked at the letter. He's not a Dumbledore loyalist, which means he's either genuinely concerned about the legal issues or he sees an opportunity in the disruption. Probably both. Malfoy was looking at him with the expression he'd had since Monday night, recalibrating, ongoing. "He wants to discuss the Wizengamot's response to the ICW session," he said. "He thinks there are members who will move against Dumbledore if someone formally requests a concurrent domestic inquiry." "He's right," Harry said. "There are 5 members who would file for domestic review if the right person asked. But they won't file on their own because Dumbledore has 12 aligned votes and domestic review would need to pass committee, which Dumbledore's people control." Malfoy stared. "How do you know the vote count?" "Hermione," Harry said. Hermione looked up from her notes. "The Wizengamot voting record is public. Cross-referenced with known alliances, it takes about 4 hours to map the likely disposition on any given type of motion." She went back to her notes. "We did it Wednesday." Malfoy looked between them. Then he said, slowly, "My father can move 4 of the 5. Possibly all 5. He has relationships. That gets us to concurrent domestic review in committee," Harry said. "Which means the ICW session isn't the only pressure point. Dumbledore would be managing both simultaneously." "Yes," Malfoy said. Harry looked at him directly. "Why is your father doing this? Specifically?" Malfoy met his eyes. There was something in his face that was more honest than Harry had seen from him, the studied surface down a register, something less performative underneath. Because Dumbledore has been the primary architect of wizarding Britain's power structure for 40 years, he said. And people with power in structures they didn't build have an interest in knowing what the structure is actually built on. He paused. Also because what was done to you was wrong and my father knows wrong when it's politically convenient to know it. The honesty of the last sentence impressed Harry. It would have been easier to leave it at the first explanation. Tell your father yes, Harry said. Sunday afternoon. Here, not at Malfoy Manor. Malfoy raised an eyebrow. Here. In Hogwarts. The school where Dumbledore is headmaster. The school where Dumbledore is currently headmaster, Harry said. Yes. I'm not going to his territory. And I'm not going to yours. The library is neutral. Malfoy stood, picked up the letter, and then paused. One thing, he said. My father is going to try to position this as an alliance. A formal one. He'll offer resources, political access, legal representation. I know, Harry said. And I'll take the political access and decline the formal alliance, Harry said. I don't need his representation and I'm not going to be inside his structure any more than I'm going to be inside Dumbledore's. But we can have common interests without me belonging to anyone. Malfoy looked at him for a long moment with an expression that was something between respect and frustration. You're remarkably difficult to leverage, he said. I know, Harry said again, in the same tone. Malfoy left without further comment, which Harry interpreted as agreement. Do you trust him? Neville said, after Malfoy was gone. Not fully, Harry said. But I don't need to trust him fully. I need his father's 4 Wizengamot votes and his access to legal precedent on construct law, and both of those things are useful to me regardless of what Malfoy ultimately wants in return. He looked at the Horcrux list. Trust is built over time. Alignment of interests is immediate. Sunday afternoon, Lucius Malfoy arrived in the Hogwarts library in robes that cost more than a reasonable person's monthly income, with his cane and his drawling vowels and the practiced power of a man who has spent his entire life being the most important person in most rooms. He was accompanied by Draco, who stood slightly behind him with the careful attentiveness of someone learning by watching. Harry was alone at the table. He'd sent Hermione and Neville away, not because he didn't want them there but because the dynamic of this meeting would be cleaner without witnesses on his side. Lucius Malfoy sat down. He examined Harry with the unhurried attention of someone assessing an asset. Then he said, You are not what the prophet described. The prophet described me as a confused first year with a phoenix fixation, Harry said. I'll take that. You are not confused, Malfoy said. And the phoenix's position is not a fixation, it is an endorsement. Do you understand what Fawkes public bond break means in historical terms? Yes, Harry said. There are precedents going back to 1599. A phoenix leaving its bonded wizard publicly is considered corroborating evidence of serious magical malfeasance. It's been cited in 3 significant wizarding trials. Malfoy's expression shifted fractionally, the faint recalibration of someone encountering more preparation than they expected. Then you understand that Dumbledore's position is genuinely compromised. Not merely politically, legally. What are you offering? Harry said. Malfoy appreciated the directness. Harry could see, it was the appreciation of a man who negotiates professionally and is tired of the social preamble. 4 Wizengamot votes for domestic concurrent review. Legal counsel from the firm of Knott and Noctua, who are the most experienced practitioners of magical consent law in Britain. And, he paused, a small pause that preceded something he'd calculated, the Malfoy family archive. Harry looked at him. The archive. We have been collecting documentation of Dumbledore's institutional decisions for 20 years, Malfoy said. Not for these purposes, initially for entirely different purposes. But the archive contains records of 6 separate instances in which Albus Dumbledore used his position as chief warlock to influence ministry decisions that should have been made independently. Including 2 decisions that benefited him directly. He held Harry's gaze. That documentation would significantly strengthen your ICW position. What do you want in return? Harry said. Malfoy set his cane on the table with the deliberateness of a man placing a card. When this is over, when Dumbledore's institutional power is diminished and the structure reshapes, I want a seat at whatever table replaces it. Not a dominant position. A seat. Recognition that the Malfoy family participated constructively. Harry looked at him. You're thinking about Voldemort, Harry said. Malfoy's jaw tightened, barely perceptibly. You followed him, Harry said. Not you were a Death Eater, he didn't have that confirmed, and more importantly it wasn't the relevant point. And then he fell and you spent 12 years inside Dumbledore's structure because it was the only structure available. Now there's a third option forming and you want to be in it before it's closed. He paused. What you're asking for is a path to a different future than the one you've been on. The silence that followed was very particular. Yes, Malfoy said. Then I have conditions, Harry said. Malfoy nodded once, precisely. The archive, unredacted. All of it, not the sections you select. Harry held up a finger. The 4 Wisengamot votes filed Monday morning, not contingent on anything else I agree to today. Second finger. No formal alliance, no family obligation, no future claim based on today's cooperation. Third finger. And your son, he glanced at Draco, who was watching this exchange with fixed attention, is not part of any arrangement we make. What he decides to do is his own. Lucius Malfoy looked at his son, briefly. Then back at Harry. Agreed, he said. Then we have common interests, Harry said. Not an alliance. Common interests. Malfoy stood, took his cane, and looked at Harry one final time with an expression that was difficult to read but that contained, somewhere in its architecture, a kind of respect that was separate from calculation. Your father, he said, would have found this conversation very satisfying. He left. Draco stayed for a moment, looking at Harry with the ongoing recalibration expression. He agreed to everything, Draco said. All 3 conditions. I know, Harry said. That's not how he negotiates, Draco said. He always takes something. He got what he actually came for, Harry said. The path to the table. The conditions I set were the price of admission and he knew that before he walked in. He didn't fight them because fighting them would have closed the door. He looked at Draco. You're paying attention. I'm always paying attention, Draco said. He said it without performance, just as fact, and Harry filed the version of Draco Malfoy that said things like that without performance under more complicated than anticipated and left it there. Monday was the day before Tuesday, and the day before Tuesday had its own quality. The 4 Wisengamot votes were filed Monday morning, as agreed, and by noon the Daily Prophet's afternoon edition was running a second story with the headline Wisengamot members file for domestic review, Dumbledore faces concurrent inquiries. Skeeter's byline again, which meant someone with ministry access was feeding her. Dumbledore spent Monday in meetings. Harry knew this because McGonagall was running the school with the brisk efficiency of a deputy in full command, and the headmaster's office had a stream of visitors that Phineas Nigellus Black, who had taken to appearing in his portrait in the Gryffindor common room every evening, ostensibly by accident, reported as including 3 ministry officials, 2 Wisengamot members, and the editor of the Daily Prophet. He's building his case, Hermione said Monday evening, going through the Malfoy archive documents that had arrived by Private Owl that afternoon. The archive was everything Lucius had promised, detailed, documented, and damning in 3 separate directions. These ministry decisions, look at this one. 1985, Dumbledore filed an opinion with the Wisengamot on a proposed new restriction on advanced magical research. The restriction would have limited certain kinds of memory work that Dumbledore had been doing personally. He wrote the opinion without disclosing the personal conflict of interest. That's a procedural violation, Neville said. It's a significant one. The 1798 Conflicts Ordinance requires disclosure. He didn't disclose. If we include this in the ICW filing as supplementary evidence of a pattern, do it, Harry said. They worked through Monday night. Fawkes stayed awake with them, which turned out to be both warming and practically useful, as his feathers provided a steady warm light that didn't disturb the other Gryffindors sleeping overhead, and Harry at one point looked at the Phoenix and said quietly, "Are you worried about tomorrow?" Fawkes opened both eyes, considered this, and trilled a single note that Harry interpreted as something between no and irrelevant. "Right," Harry said. "Fair." Tuesday morning. The ICW session was held not in London but in Hogsmeade, in the Wizarding Cooperative Hall that had served as a formal meeting venue since 1312, and the delegation arrived at 9 in the morning from the Hogwarts side and the Ministry side simultaneously, which created a brief, interesting moment of geometry at the front door that resolved when Harry simply walked in without waiting for anyone else to position themselves first. The hall was large and oval-shaped, with tiered seating around a central floor, and it was full, not just the 6-member ethics committee in the central seats, not just the witnesses and advocates, but a full gallery of observers including journalists and what looked like representatives from 5 or 6 European magical governments. The ICW had apparently communicated the nature of the session more broadly than Harry had expected, which meant this was not going to be a quiet proceeding. He sat at the central table with McGonagall on his left and Hermione, permitted as documented researcher, listed in the filing as a primary witness, on his right. Neville was in the front row of the gallery. Fawkes was on the back of Harry's chair, which produced a murmur in the gallery that ran around the oval like a wave. Dumbledore sat at the adjacent table. He had counsel with him, a wizard named Aberforth something who turned out to be his brother, which Harry filed under interesting family dynamic, and he looked, across the floor between them, like a man fully present and fully composed. He caught Harry's eye and held it without aggression, without warmth, with something more honest than either, the look of a man who understands exactly what this is and has decided to meet it squarely. Harry looked back the same way. Cornelius Fudge was in the gallery in his lime-green bowler hat, sweating slightly. The committee chair was a small woman named Olympe Beecham from the French ministry, and she opened the session with the brisk efficiency of someone who chairs international bodies regularly and has no patience for political theater. She stated the complaint, the filing date, the category classification, the documentation received. Then she said, "Mr. Potter. Your opening statement." Harry stood. The gallery was absolutely quiet. He was 11 years old, standing at the center of an international hearing in a town where the wizarding world happened, with the former most powerful wizard in Britain 3 feet to his left. He was wearing the only formal set of robes he owned, which Hermione had helped him press that morning, and he had exactly 1 sheet of notes in front of him which he had written himself and had not shown to anyone. He did not look at the notes. "My name is Harry Potter," he said. "Most of you know my name because of events I was too young to be responsible for and too young to remember. I'm not here to talk about those events, except in one specific respect." He looked at the committee. "In November 1981, a wizard named Albus Dumbledore placed a magical construct on me. Over the following decade, he placed 5 more. The first was a loyalty anchor. The second was a magical dampener. The third and fourth were compulsion charms designed to incline me toward specific psychological patterns. The fifth was a redirected prophecy anchor. The sixth used the magical protection created by my mother's sacrifice, her death, as a vehicle for a mechanism intended to guide me toward my own planned death." The gallery didn't erupt. It went very still, the particular stillness of people who suspected something and have now had it stated plainly in a formal context. "None of these were done with my parents' knowledge or consent," Harry said. "The documentation shows this was deliberate. My mother specifically was not told because, as the documentation states, she would not have agreed." He let that sit for a moment. "I have a letter from my mother, written 18 months before she died, asking for explicit reassurance that her son would be told the truth when he was old enough to understand. That reassurance was never given. The documentation shows the constructs were designed in part to shape my psychology to be less likely to ask for truth and more likely to accept guidance without it." He put his hand flat on the table. I am not asking this committee to punish Professor Dumbledore, Harry said. I am asking this committee to establish clearly, as a matter of international magical record, what was done and who did it. Because if it can be done to me, with all the public attention my name carries, with a Phoenix witness, with the founding charter room's unalterable documentation, then it can be done to any child, in any country, in any circumstance where a person of sufficient power decides that the ends justify the means. He looked at the committee chair. I want it on the record. All of it. So that the next time someone looks at a child and calculates how much suffering will make them most useful, they know that there is a mechanism that sees them. He sat down. The gallery stayed quiet for 3 more seconds and then it didn't. Beecham gavelled order back into existence with the calm authority of long practice, and the session continued, and Dumbledore gave his own statement, measured, honest in its way, making no attempt to dispute the documents but providing the context that context was built for, the accumulated weight of 55 years of genuine service and the impossible calculus of war, and it was compelling, Harry thought. It was genuinely compelling. Not enough. But compelling. The most interesting moment came in the middle of the afternoon when the committee moved to cross-examination and Beecham asked Dumbledore directly, Professor. Your documentation describes the planned death of the subject as a necessary component of your solution to the Horcrux problem. Do you stand by that assessment? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. I believed it was necessary, he said. I am less certain of that belief than I was before this week. What changed? Beecham said. Dumbledore looked at Harry. He did, he said simply. He has spent 4 days demonstrating approaches I did not consider, because I did not consider them. I did not consider them because I had designed the situation to not require them. He paused. That is the cost of closed systems. They do not allow for revision. The gallery had gone quiet again. Harry looked at Dumbledore and thought, he just told the truth. In a formal proceeding, under international record, he just told the complete truth. He hadn't expected that. He'd expected management, explanation, the elegant architecture of justification. Instead the old man had looked across the floor and said, he is better than my plan, and my plan couldn't see it. Harry held that. Let it be what it was, complicated, real, genuinely moving in its way, and did not let it change anything he knew. The committee recessed at 4 and returned at 5 with a preliminary finding that was neither conviction nor exoneration but something more careful, a formal finding of unlawful magical conduct under the 1762 Act, specifically subsections 7 and 14, with a recommendation for full Wisengamot review of Dumbledore's chief warlock status and mandatory registration of all magical constructs he had applied to any living person. It also recommended, in a separate clause, that the British Ministry of Magic review its conflict of interest protocols for members who simultaneously held institutional positions at Hogwarts. And in a final clause, small but permanent, it established a new international standard: any magical construct placed on a minor without full documented parental consent would henceforth require ICW registration and biannual independent review. Named, in the formal language of international magical jurisprudence, the Potter Standard. Harry sat with that for a moment. Then he started drafting his next letter to the Wisengamot, because the ICW finding was a foundation, not a conclusion, and the concurrent domestic review was still running, and there was a philosopher's stone under a trapdoor in this school with Voldemort's proxy sitting in front of a mirror 1 floor above it, and the Horcrux list had 5 items still unchecked. He had things to do. Outside, the Hogsmeade Street was filling with people who had been following the session via magical broadcast, and Skeeter was already dictating to her quill, and Fudge was talking very fast to 2 ministry officials, and Neville Longbottom was sitting on a wall outside the cooperative hall watching the village react, and when Harry came out he looked up and said, that last clause. The Potter Standard. Yes, Harry said. My parents, Neville said. What happened to them? If something like that had existed, I know, Harry said. Neville was quiet for a moment. It won't fix it, he said. It won't fix any of it. No, Harry said. But it means it's harder to do it again. To someone else. To someone who doesn't have a phoenix and a founding charter room and Hermione. Neville looked at him. That, Neville said slowly, might be the most important thing you've said all week. They walked back toward Hogwarts in the autumn evening, the castle on the hill above them, and the stars coming out over Scotland in the specific unhurried way of stars that have been doing this for billions of years and intend to continue, and the day that had started as a Tuesday and turned into a reckoning settled into its final shape. Tomorrow there would be more. There was always more. The Horcruxes, the stone, Quirrell, the domestic review, the structure that had to be rebuilt now that the old one had cracks in it. But tonight, walking up the hill in the cold air, Harry let himself have 5 minutes of something he could not remember having felt before, not happiness exactly, but its structural cousin. The particular quality of existing in your own life on your own terms, without the constructs, without the fog, without 6 layers of someone else's plan wrapped around your thoughts. It felt, he thought, like what freedom was probably supposed to feel like. He picked up the pace. There was work to do. Chapter 5. The other boy Augusta Longbottom arrived at Hogwarts on a Wednesday morning without an appointment. Harry knew this because Phineas Nigellus Black appeared in the common room portrait at 7:40, cleared his throat with the theatrical timing of a portrait who has decided that delivering information is a form of power, and announced that a witch in a formidable hat was currently arguing with the entrance hall gargoyle about the definition of scheduled visit. Neville had gone white. Not the white of surprise, the white of someone who has been expecting a specific conversation for a long time and has just heard its footsteps on the stairs. She's coming about the Wisengamot session, Neville said. His toast sat untouched in front of him. She'll have read the prophet. She'll know I've been, he stopped. Reconsidered. She'll know I've been involved. Are you afraid of her? Harry said, not unkindly. Neville thought about it with the honest deliberateness he brought to most things. Not afraid, he said. She's not cruel. She has a version of me that she needs me to be, and I've spent 11 years trying to fit it, and I think this week I've stopped trying to fit it, and she's coming to find out why. Do you want to talk to her alone? Harry said. Neville looked at him. No, he said. I think I'd like you there. If you're willing. Yes, Harry said simply, and that was that. Augusta Longbottom was not what Harry had pictured from the description. He'd pictured formidable and got it, but the specific texture of her formidability was different from what he'd expected. She was tall, straight-backed, wearing robes of deep green with a hat that had a full stuffed vulture on it, and she had Neville's eyes, the same watchful, deeper-than-surface quality, in a face that had been carrying grief for 11 years and had learned to carry it by turning it into something useful, something structural, something that looked very much like authority. She swept into the small meeting room off the entrance hall where McGonagall had arranged their conversation, McGonagall herself present as institutional witness, sitting at the end of the table with the expression of someone who has pre-decided to let events develop before intervening, and she sat down across from Neville and looked at him for a long, unguarded moment before she registered Harry. Then she looked at Harry. Her expression went through something complicated and arrived at a place Harry couldn't fully map. Mr. Potter, she said. Mrs. Longbottom, Harry said. She looked between them, her grandson and this other boy, and something shifted in her face. Not softened. Shifted, the way a frame shifts when you finally hang it level. Neville, she said. You've been in this. Gran, Neville said. I need to know what you know about the prophecy. Augusta was silent for a long moment. It was a different quality of silence from Dumbledore's silences, less managed, more struggling. The silence of a person trying to decide between a habit of protection and a recognition that protection has become its own kind of damage. What do you know already, she said. I know the prophecy has 2 candidates, Neville said. I know Dumbledore chose Harry and has been managing the situation since before Harry was born. I know you've been having annual meetings with Dumbledore on my birthday. I know he's been checking my development against secondary parameters. He said it steadily, all of it, without accusation but without softening either. I want to know what you agreed to in those meetings. Augusta looked at her hands for a moment. They were steady hands, the hands of someone who had been steady under pressure for a very long time, and they stayed steady even now, but something around her eyes was working hard. I agreed, she said carefully, to allow Albus to monitor your development. To report on any unusual manifestations of potential. Anything that might indicate the prophecy was shifting toward you as primary candidate. She paused. In exchange, he guaranteed the ministry would continue to provide full aura resources to the investigation of your parents' attackers. Neville went very still. The investigation into Frank and Alice, Augusta said, and her voice had acquired a quality that made Harry think of the cold geological anger he'd felt reading Dumbledore's cost-benefit analysis, the same class of emotion, the same depth. It has never been formally closed. Bellatrix Lestrange is in Azkaban, but 3 of the 4 people present that night are still unidentified. Albus told me that the investigation's continuation required political will. And that political will was easier to maintain with his active support. He held the investigation as leverage, Harry said. Augusta looked at him. Yes, she said. That is what he did. The room was very quiet. Did you know about the constructs? Neville said. On Harry. Not until Monday's prophet, Augusta said. I suspected monitoring of some kind. I'm not naive about Albus's methods, but the scope of what was done. She stopped. No. I did not know. Gran, Neville said. He said it in a different register now, not the question-asking tone, something older. When I was 7, I came home from the leaky cauldron and I'd done something with my magic, a big something, by accident, and you told me to be careful. To keep it quiet. To not let people know what I could do. He looked at her. Was that you protecting me, or was that you keeping me inside Dumbledore's secondary parameters? The question sat in the room. Augusta closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them they were bright with something that wasn't quite tears but was adjacent. Both, she said. It was both, Neville. I cannot pretend otherwise. Neville nodded. One single nod, like the last piece of something clicking into place. I need to know what I can actually do, he said. Not the managed version. Not the version that stays inside the parameters. What I can actually do. Augusta looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked at Harry, and whatever she read in Harry's face, the lack of calculation, probably, the absence of any agenda toward Neville beyond the straightforward agenda of you deserve to know what you are, something in her settled. Show him, she said to Harry. Then she caught herself, shook her head slightly. That's not right. There's nothing for you to show. Neville. She looked back at her grandson. Do you remember what happened with the greenhouse? When you were 9. You said that was accidental, Neville said. It was. And it was also, Augusta said, one of the most powerful displays of ambient plant magic I have seen in 60 years of watching wizards. What you did to those plants, the acceleration, the simultaneous growth across 17 different species, Albus classified it as a Category 3 manifestation. In a 9-year-old. She held Neville's gaze. You were so worried about having done something wrong that I told you it was nothing. That was the mistake I'm most sorry for. Neville absorbed this. I've been performing worse than I am, he said slowly. On purpose. Not consciously, it became habit. But I learned that making myself smaller was safer. Yes, Augusta said. Harry looked at Neville, at the boy who had been catching himself being capable and pulling back from it for 11 years, the same way Harry had been containing accidental magic under constructs that made smallness feel like the natural state. 2 boys shaped by the same plan's gravity. One at the center, one in the orbit. Stop, Harry said to Neville. Neville looked at him. Stop making yourself smaller, Harry said. Starting now. Whatever you are, be that. Neville looked at him for a moment. Then he turned to his grandmother. I need to know everything, he said. About that night. About my parents. About what Dumbledore knows that he hasn't told you. All of it. Augusta straightened in her chair, the grief structure that was her default posture reconfiguring into something more like decision. I'll tell you everything I know, she said. And then I'm going to file a separate complaint. She looked at Harry. With your permission, referencing the Potter standard. Because what was done to Neville, the monitoring without his knowledge, the suppression via social pressure, the use of my grief as a lever, is not in the same category as what was done to you, but it is in the same family. You don't need my permission, Harry said. That's the point of the standard. Augusta looked at him with the specific expression of someone recalibrating their understanding of an 11-year-old, and said, Your mother would have liked you very much. I've been told, Harry said. He left them to it, Augusta and Neville and McGonagall and the truth of 11 years, which needed the room to itself, and went out into the corridor and leaned against the wall for a moment and thought about what came next. What came next had two components running simultaneously, and he needed to start the second one today. Quirrell. He'd been watching Quirrell since the first week of term with the attentive patience of someone who understands that what you observe before the subject knows they're observed is more informative than any confrontation. Quirrell moved through the school with a performance of anxiety that was technically convincing, the stutter, the flinching, the general air of a man who has seen something terrible and not recovered, but Harry had spent 11 years around people performing emotional states they didn't feel, and he could read the gap between the performance and the reality. The gap in Quirrell was this: his eyes were always calm. Not calm the way frightened people are sometimes calm, the flatness of shock, the dissociation of someone who has hit their limit. Calm the way someone is calm when they are the most dangerous thing in the vicinity and they know it. The stutter stopped when Quirrell thought he was alone. The flinching stopped around other teachers when the interaction was routine enough not to require it. And sometimes, very briefly, when Quirrell didn't know Harry was watching, he looked at Harry with an expression that had nothing frightened in it at all. The Philosopher's Stone was the immediate issue. Dumbledore had told Harry it was in the school as a deliberate trap, a honeypot for Voldemort, a way of drawing him into a controlled environment where his attempt to acquire it could be neutralized. Harry had read this plan with the same analytical attention he'd applied to everything else and identified several problems with it, the most significant being that the plan's neutralization component was not clearly defined. Dumbledore had said, the stone is protected by 7 enchantments, and the design of the protections ensures that only someone seeking to use it for good could retrieve it. Harry had asked, what happens when someone retrieves it? Dumbledore had said, they would have the stone. Harry had said, and then what? There had been a pause. The plan's neutralization component was, in fact, me, Harry had thought, and had not said. The trap was for Voldemort, but the intended response to Voldemort successfully reaching the stone was Harry. 11-year-old Harry, with whatever suppressed power the constructs had allowed to develop, walking into a confrontation with a Dark Lord in a weakened state, weakened enough to be non-threatening, present enough to be a meaningful obstacle. The constructs had been part of the trap's design. He'd been the intended response variable, set at a specific calibration, powerful enough to be credible, suppressed enough to need rescuing, moldable in the moment of crisis into whatever shape the plan required. With the constructs gone, he was not the trap's intended response variable anymore. He was something the trap had not planned for. Harry pushed off the wall and went to find Hermione. She was in the library. She was always in the library before 10 on a weekday, with 4 books open and her notebook at an angle that suggested she'd been working for 2 hours already. She looked up as Harry sat across from her and read his expression with the facility she'd been developing over the past 2 weeks. Quirrell, she said. Tonight, Harry said. I want to go down and look at the stone's protections. Hermione closed her notebook. Look at them, she said. Or do something about them. Look at them first. Then decide. He leaned forward. Dumbledore's plan requires Quirrell, or whatever Quirrell is now, to try to reach the stone and fail or be stopped. But if Voldemort is attached to Quirrell, the plan also assumes Voldemort doesn't know about my current state. The original plan assumed he'd encounter a suppressed 11-year-old. He's going to encounter something different. Which changes his calculation, Hermione said. If he knows. I don't know whether he knows. Harry tapped the table. Fawkes won't go near Quirrell. That suggests whatever Voldemort is now, a parasite on a host, a shadow, something, is detectable to a phoenix. Which means it's detectable by other means. Hermione's eyes went to her books automatically. Dark soul magic, she said. The detection of fragmented soul anchors, it would leave a magical signature. Something in the shade of, she was already pulling a different book toward her. The theoretical work on Horcruxes is extremely restricted. Most of it isn't in the library at all. But there's a section in Advanced Magical Theory on the degradation patterns of complex soul workings that might, Chapter 12, Harry said. The section on magical decay in objects of organic origin. It's not about Horcruxes specifically, but the physics is the same. Hermione stopped pulling the book and looked at him. You've already read it. I read the whole book, Harry said. Sunday night. After the Malfoy meeting. She looked at him with an expression that was somewhere between impressed and mildly annoyed, in the way that someone is mildly annoyed when another person has done the reading they were about to do. What does it tell us? Fragmented soul magic has a specific decay signature. A kind of magical static, interference patterns on normal ambient magic. Like a radio frequency overlap, except in the magical spectrum. Harry had been thinking about the analogy since Monday. Quirrell's classroom has more magical interference than anywhere else in the school except the third-floor corridor. I've been checking every room I go into for the past week. Hermione stared at him. You've been running magical diagnostics on every room in the school, she said. Just the ones I visit, Harry said. It's not difficult. You just pay attention to the ambient current and note deviations. You've been doing this since Snape told me something was in my scar, Harry said. I wanted to know what the signature of a fragmented soul feels like. So I practiced on myself. And then I started noticing it elsewhere. Hermione sat back in her chair and looked at him with an expression that had passed through impressed and annoyed into something more purely thoughtful. If you can detect the soul fragment in yourself, and you can detect it in Quirrell's vicinity, then I can probably detect it in a room or an object, Harry said. And if I can detect it, I can find the Horcruxes on Dumbledore's list faster than the timetable Dumbledore was working to. That changes everything, Hermione said. It changes the stone situation specifically, Harry said. Because if I can detect the fragment, I can also potentially understand how Fawkes diminished the one in my scar. The mechanism, the phoenix fire burning through the magical static, disrupting the soul anchor's frequency. Hermione's eyes went wide. Phoenix fire, she said. Phoenix fire is the one magical substance described in the theoretical literature as capable of burning through magical constructs without damaging the host. It's why phoenixes are associated with healing, not because they're gentle but because their fire is specific. It targets the unnatural. The soul fragment in my scar is unnatural, Harry said. Fawkes dimmed it in 4 seconds of casual fire. He didn't push because he was managing the pressure. I think he was being careful not to damage the actual anchor before I understood what it was. But with intention, with a directed burn rather than an ambient one, you think he could remove it, Hermione said. I think we should find out, Harry said. But not yet. Not until the other Horcruxes are dealt with. Dumbledore's logic there was correct. If the soul fragment goes first and the other anchors are still intact, Voldemort is diminished but not destroyed, and he knows it. He'll move immediately. Hermione nodded slowly. So. Tonight we go and look at the stone's protections. We assess whether Quirrell is an immediate threat. We decide whether the trap needs to be altered. She picked up her quill. And I'm going to spend today on the magical decay signatures, because if you can detect the soul fragment pattern, I want to understand the theory well enough to document it properly. Document everything, Harry said. Every step. If we do this wrong there are no second chances. Hermione wrote something in her notebook with the particular quality of someone who has just found the project that fully deserves their capacity. One more thing, Harry said. Ron. Hermione looked up. He should come tonight, Harry said. He's been involved in all of this and he's been doing it without the specific information set that would let him understand the risk. That's not fair to him. Hermione considered this briefly. He'll want to come regardless of the risk. I know. But he should want to come knowing what it is. They found Ron at lunch, and Harry told him about Quirrell and the stone with the same directness he'd applied to everything else. Ron listened with the focused attention he showed whenever things were serious. Ron had a good serious mode, Harry had discovered, reliable and practical, without drama or delay. Voldemort's actually in the school, Ron said, when Harry finished. Something of him. Yes. In Quirrell's turban. Probably. Ron was quiet for a moment. Right, he said. So we go tonight, look at the protections, figure out what the situation is. And if Quirrell tries to go for the stone before we're ready, we deal with it, Harry said. How? I don't know yet, Harry said. That's partly why we're going tonight. To understand what we're dealing with so I can work out what to do about it. At least you're honest about not knowing, Ron said, which Harry took as approval. After dinner Neville came to find Harry in the common room. He came with the particular quality of someone who has had a significant conversation and emerged from it different, not lighter exactly, but more three-dimensional. More present. I want to come tonight, he said. Harry looked at him. Augusta told you. She told me everything, Neville said. About that night. About the people who, he stopped. Steadied himself. About my parents. A breath. And about what Dumbledore thinks I am. What the secondary parameters measured me at. What did they measure you at? Harry said. Sufficient, Neville said, and there was something in the word that was both rueful and raw. Sufficient to replace you if necessary. Which means, he looked at Harry directly. It means I'm not nothing. It means the nervousness, the poor performance, the years of being told I might not even be magical. His jaw tightened. That wasn't me. That was the management. Yes, Harry said. I want to see what I actually am, Neville said. Without the parameters. Then come, Harry said. At midnight, 4 of them stood at the base of the 3rd-floor corridor, and the locked door at its end had already yielded to Harry's wand work, which had been cleaner and faster than it should have been for a first year and which Hermione had noted in her documentation without comment. Fawkes had joined them at the top of the stairs, materializing from what seemed like ambient darkness, because Fawkes went where the important things were. The chamber beyond the door was something. Cerberus, the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, Hagrid's with an almost painful name, was asleep, and Harry had been expecting that, but the quality of its sleep was unusual. Something put it down, Hermione said quietly, looking at the sleeping animal. Recently. Hours ago, maybe. Harry crouched and looked at the trap door beneath the dog's enormous paws. Quirrell, he said. He could feel it now, the specific interference pattern he'd been learning to read all week, the magical static of a soul fragment, stronger here than anywhere else in the school. He's been down already. He's ahead of us. Down now? Ron said. Harry touched the trap door and the interference sharpened. He went down but came back. There's a residue, he didn't complete the protections. Something stopped him or he stopped himself. He stood up. He's going to go back. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. But we're out of casual time. We go down now. Neville said. We go down now, Harry said. Not to fight. To understand exactly what's down there and what state the protections are in. They went through the trap door. What followed was a sequence of chambers that told Harry a great deal about the specific personalities of the professors who designed them, which was somewhat endearing even in context. The devil's snare was sprouts, Hermione handled it almost immediately with the practical confidence of someone who reads herbology for pleasure. The winged keys were Flitwick's, a wonderful puzzle that would have been significantly harder for someone without a natural feel for aerial geometry, and Harry flew with the absolute ease of someone born for it, the older faster key no challenge at all. The giant chess set was McGonagall's. Ron looked at it for about 4 seconds, which was genuinely all Ron needed, and proceeded to conduct them through it with the focused brilliance of someone who thinks in board states the way other people think in sentences. The troll was already unconscious, which suggested Quirrell had been here tonight and recently, the interference pattern much stronger now. Harry paused at the troll and held very still, reading the magical atmosphere. "He's in the last chamber," Harry said. "With the mirror," Hermione said. "You knew about the mirror?" Harry said. "I found a reference to a specific security mirror in the school's acquisition records from 1991. An unusual object, erased the sense of self in anyone who looked into it too long. Unusual choice for a protection puzzle." She paused. "Unless the mirror is the protection. Unless it doesn't show what people want but shows what they desire most, without the context to use it," Harry said, fitting the pieces. "Someone greedy enough to want the stone would look into the mirror and just see themselves with it. They'd reach for the vision and never get further. Unless," Neville said slowly, "the person looking had genuinely stopped wanting the stone for themselves. If what they desired most wasn't acquisition, the stone would come to them," Hermione said. "Real." They looked at each other. "Quirrell's problem," Harry said. "He can want the stone for Voldemort, but the mirror reads him. And Quirrell, whatever else he is, wants something other than the stone. Wants something Voldemort's already taken from him and won't give back." He moved toward the last door. "He's been trying to solve the mirror for weeks. That's why he keeps going down and coming back. He can't get the stone because he can't fully want it without reservation." "You can't know that," Ron said. "No," Harry said. "But it fits. We'll see." The last chamber had a purple fire across the entry and a logic puzzle, which Hermione solved in approximately 40 seconds with the satisfied efficiency of someone doing something they consider almost too easy, and they stepped through. Quirrell was standing in front of the mirror of Eriste. He turned when they came in, and the stuttering frightened man was completely gone. What stood in front of them was a person, still Quirrell, still the same face, but with the management stripped away, with the performance abandoned, with the eyes that had always been calm fully calm now. "Potter," he said. Without stutter, without warmth, without anything except the flat recognition of a person encountering an obstacle. Harry looked at him. "You've been down here multiple times," Harry said. "You can't get the stone." "The mirror reads desire incorrectly," Quirrell said. "A flaw in the design." "It reads desire correctly," Harry said. "The flaw is in what you're able to desire." Quirrell looked at him with those calm eyes, and Harry looked back, and felt the interference pattern radiating from Quirrell so strongly now that it had a quality almost like sound, a pressure in the inner ear, a wrongness that sat behind the teeth. "You can feel it," Quirrell said, and for a moment something in his expression was almost curious. "Yes," Harry said. "The master said you would be suppressed." Quirrell tilted his head slightly. "The master said you would be manageable. Confused. Conditioned." He paused. "You are none of those things." "No," Harry said. "What are you?" Quirrell said. "Myself," Harry said. "That's all." Quirrell looked at him for a long moment, and then he looked at Neville, and then at Hermione, and at Ron, and back at Harry, and something moved through his expression, a calculation running, rapid and complex, and then something else beneath the calculation, something that was not Quirrell's expression. Something older and colder, looking out through Quirrell's eyes. "Take off your turban," Harry said. Quirrell went very still. "There's something on the back of your head," Harry said. "There has been since term started. I've known about it since the second day of classes. I'm not surprised by it. I just want to talk to it directly, because the pretense is getting in the way. You, Quirrell stopped. Yes or no, Harry said. Take it off. The turban unwound. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was the most wrong thing Harry had ever seen. Not dramatically wrong, it didn't look like a monster, it looked like a person who had been taken apart and put back together by someone who understood the mechanics but not the meaning. A face reduced to its essential functions. Eyes that had no depth to them because depth requires a self, and the self had been distributed across objects hidden across Britain. Harry Potter, it said, and the voice came from the wrong direction, from behind Quirrell's head, his body presenting its back to them now. You are not what was expected. No, Harry said. I'm not. You have been freed from Dumbledore's architecture, the voice said. You understand, then, what Dumbledore is. What he has done. How he has used you. I do, Harry said. Then you understand that Dumbledore is the enemy, Voldemort said. The voice was patient, almost reasonable, the voice of something that had been waiting for a long time and had learned, in the waiting, to be very precise about what it said. He has manipulated you since birth. He planned your death. We have, perhaps, more in common than, no, Harry said. You do not, what you did to people, Harry said, is not the same category as what Dumbledore did. What Dumbledore did was wrong, and I'm dealing with it through legal and institutional mechanisms because that's how you deal with wrong things that exist inside systems. What you did, what you are, is not an institutional failure. It's a choice to make yourself the only thing that matters. He looked at the face on the back of Quirrell's head without hatred and without fear, just with the clear accuracy of someone describing something they can see. I'm not your enemy because Dumbledore made me your enemy. I'm your enemy because I looked at what you are and chose it. The face was quiet for a moment. The stone, it said. I'll get the stone, Harry said. You won't. He stepped past Quirrell and stood in front of the mirror of Erased. It showed him nothing he hadn't expected. Not himself with the stone, not a vision of victory or power or revenge. It showed him a room. The room looked something like this chamber, but warmer. It had his mother's eyes and a face he'd never seen and his father's hands doing something ordinary. It had Neville and Hermione and Ron in it, doing various things, and outside the window something that looked like daylight, which was the most extraordinary part. Just daylight. Just an ordinary day. He felt the stone drop into his pocket. He turned around. Quirrell, Voldemort, had watched. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was doing something that might have been rage and might have been something older and more foundational. Something that had spent 60 years reducing itself to the point where it could no longer desire anything as simply as Harry had just desired an ordinary day, and knew it. Give it to me, Voldemort said. No, Harry said. I will, you'll do what you're currently capable of doing, Harry said. Which is significantly less than you used to be able to do. Because you're a fragment, and you're anchored in a dying host, and your 5 other anchors are on a list that I have in my pocket, and this time tomorrow I'll know where 3 of them are. He looked at Quirrell's face, the front face, the human one. Are you still in there? He said. Quirrell. The actual you. Quirrell's expression flickered. You don't have to do this, Harry said. I know what he offered you. I know why you went looking for him. But you came back to school and you've been down here for weeks and you can't get the stone because what you want isn't what he wants, and that gap is the part of you that's still yours. Don't, Voldemort said, and the single word had a quality that suggested he understood exactly what Harry was doing and why it was dangerous. Don't listen, what did you want? Harry said, to Quirrell. And Quirrell, the front face, the human one, the eyes that had been frightened for so long they'd made a whole performance of it, opened his mouth, and said, in a voice barely above a whisper, I just wanted to understand it. The magic, Harry said. The magic, Quirrell said. What it was. The deep mechanics. I went looking for, I thought he knew. I thought someone who had gone that far into it must understand it better than anyone. I thought, does he? Harry said. A long pause. No, Quirrell said. He understands how to use it. Not what it is. Severus, Voldemort said, and the shift was immediate and alarming, not an address to Snape, who wasn't present, but something else, some trigger, Harry didn't have time to identify it before Quirrell's body moved with a jerk that wasn't Quirrell's voluntary movement, both hands coming up and reaching for Harry. The contact lasted approximately 1 second. The scream that followed it came from the wrong face. Harry stepped back and Quirrell fell to his knees, and the voice, Voldemort's voice, was producing a sound that had nothing human left in it, and where Quirrell's hands had made contact with Harry's skin the flesh was burning, not from heat but from something intrinsic, something in Harry's magical signature that the soul fragment recognized as the specific flavor of Lily Potter's protection and reacted to accordingly. Fawkes, who had been circling the chamber, landed on Quirrell's shoulder and sang one note. Quirrell's hands went still. Voldemort's scream became a sound without volume, a presence withdrawing, a frequency dropping below audible, the soul fragment evacuating a failing vessel, and Harry felt it pass through the room like a change in pressure, going towards something, going elsewhere, diminished and furious and gone. Quirrell slumped. Harry crouched beside him. He's gone, Quirrell said. His own voice now, thin, exhausted, genuinely his. I can feel that he's gone. From you, Harry said. He's not gone from the world. Not yet. I know, Quirrell said. He looked terrible, gray, hollowed out, the way people look when something has been inhabiting them and has left. I know that. Fawkes sang again, soft and long, and where the sound passed over Quirrell the gray receded very slightly. Not healing, Fawkes wasn't healing him, was making no effort to undo the damage of months. Just making the present survivable. I'm going to Azkaban, Quirrell said. Probably, Harry said. But you tried to stop it. At the last second. It wasn't brave, Quirrell said. No, Harry said. But it was real. Hermione was already kneeling on Quirrell's other side with a calming potion from her bag, because Hermione had brought a bag, because Hermione always brought what was needed. Ron and Neville stood back slightly and watched with the expressions of people who have had an extraordinary evening and are processing it in real time. You knew he'd attack, Neville said, to Harry. I thought he might, Harry said. The contact with my skin was always going to be a problem for the soul fragment. My mother's protection is literal, it's in my blood, in my cellular structure, woven into my magical signature. Voldemort at full power would have known to stay clear of it. Voldemort at this level, desperate, diminished, it was a viable gamble that he'd reach for me anyway. That was a gamble on your part too, Ron said. Yes, Harry said. He was honest about this. I thought the contact would drive him out without killing Quirrell. I wasn't certain. I thought there was a version where Fawkes could. He looked at the Phoenix. You knew what to do. Fawkes looked at him and made a sound that communicated, obviously, and also please be slightly more careful. Fair, Harry said. They brought Quirrell out, he could walk, barely, and 3 staircases up they encountered Dumbledore coming down with the fast purposeful stride of someone who knows exactly where the emergency is and has been moving toward it since before it happened. He stopped when he saw them. Looked at Quirrell. Looked at Harry. Looked at the stone-shaped bulge in Harry's pocket. His face did something real. Harry, he said. Quirrell needs medical attention, Harry said. The soul fragment left him quickly and it's caused damage. Fawkes helped but it needs a proper healer. Yes, Dumbledore said. He looked at Quirrell with what appeared to be genuine distress, not performed, not managed, the actual face of a man confronting a situation that has gone differently than anticipated and cost a person in the process. Poppy can, he gestured and Quirrell moved toward him, guided, and Dumbledore looked at Harry over the man's head. You handled this. We handled it, Harry said. The stone is safe, Harry said. I'll give it to you tomorrow, after I've talked to Nicholas Flamel directly. He held Dumbledore's eyes. I want to hear from him what he wants done with it. Not your interpretation of what he'd want. Dumbledore looked at him. Very well, he said. And the Horcrux list, Harry said. I've been working on detection methodology. I think I can find them faster than the timeline you were working to. I want to discuss the approach. Also very well, Dumbledore said, and something in his voice was neither warm nor cold but something else, the particular quality of a man adjusting to a world where he is not the architect, and finding, to his own surprise, that the adjustment is possible. And the ICW proceeding continues, Harry said. Regardless of any cooperation on the Horcrux question. Those are separate things. I know, Dumbledore said. Good, Harry said. Then I'll see you tomorrow. He turned and walked back up the stairs, and Ron and Hermione and Neville fell in beside him, and Fawkes swept overhead in a long gliding arc that lit the corridor copper and gold, and behind them Dumbledore stood in the descending dark of the underground chamber with Quirrell's weight against his shoulder and looked after them. And thought what he thought, which was his own. Neville, climbing the stairs, said quietly to Harry, I got through the Trolls' chamber. On my own. I moved the Trolls' Club before it swung. I saw, Harry said. I didn't know I could do that. I know, Harry said. I think I might be, Neville stopped. Tried again. I think there might be more. In me. Than I've been. Yes, Harry said. I think so too. They climbed. The castle was warm around them, torches and stone and 800 years of accumulated purpose, and outside the windows the Scottish sky was starting its slow transition from deep black to the navy that preceded dawn, the dark deciding, gradual and irrevocable, to become something new. Chapter 6, The choice at the end of the corridor. Summer came to Hogwarts the way it always did, gradually and then completely, the grounds going from grey-green to something richer, the loch losing its winter severity, the evenings stretching long and gold in a way that made the castle feel like a different building entirely. The great hall's enchanted ceiling spent most of May showing deep blue sky and fair weather clouds, as if the magic embedded in the stones was in a good mood. Harry noticed all of this with the particular attention of someone experiencing it for the first time without a filter. A whole year without constructs. A whole year of seasons moving through him unobstructed. It was, on balance, extraordinary. The end-of-year exams were scheduled for the first week of June, and the castle had acquired the twitchy, over-caffeinated atmosphere of an institution approaching a deadline. Students walked corridors with open textbooks. The library operated at full capacity from 7 in the morning. Even the Weasley twins had been observed near parchment that appeared to contain genuine notes rather than a prototype for something that would make the parchment explode. Harry studied. He was thorough about it, not anxious, not performing thoroughness for any audience, just doing the work with the same methodical attention he brought to everything, because doing things properly was worth doing. He found most of the material straightforward, partly because his magical signature, running at its actual capacity for a full year, had developed at a rate that genuinely alarmed several of his professors in the best possible way, and partly because he'd spent the year reading well beyond the curriculum out of the straightforward pleasure of understanding things. Hermione, sitting across from him in the library 3 days before exams, had stopped pretending she wasn't checking his practice questions against her own answers to see if they matched. They matched. This had initially unsettled her and currently seemed to bring her a specific satisfaction, the satisfaction of someone who has found the one person in the building who takes the reading as seriously as she does. Transfiguration theory, she said, without preamble, looking up from her notes. The derivation of the Gulpilot-Herring transformation model. McGonagall said it as a potential long answer. The model derives from the core principle that matter does not change category under transfiguration, it changes form within category, except in the case of cross-category transformations which require a secondary magical operator to bridge the categorical gap, and that operator is what Gulpilot identified as the threshold coefficient. Harry didn't look up from his own notes. McGonagall will probably ask for the threshold coefficient's behavior under incomplete transformations. The answer is that it inverts, partial cross-category transforms produce exponentially greater instability than either complete transformation or no transformation at all. Hermione wrote something with the velocity of someone recording a reference they expect to use. How do you know that last part? It's not in the standard text. Flamel mentioned it in his third letter, Harry said. She looked up. Nicholas Flamel had been writing to Harry since February. The first letter had come 4 days after the stone incident, when Harry, as promised, had contacted Flamel directly before handing the stone to Dumbledore. The conversation had been conducted via what Flamel called mirror post, a correspondence method involving 2 enchanted hand mirrors that predated the owl postal system by several centuries and was, the elderly alchemist noted cheerfully, considerably more secure. Harry had expected a very old man defined by his most famous creation. What he got instead was someone who had spent 600 years developing a perspective on impermanence that was simultaneously melancholy and bracingly clear. Flamel had listened to Harry's account of the stone situation with the focused attention of someone to whom urgency was a concept that had lost most of its meaning, and then he had said, I would like the stone destroyed. Not preserved. Not returned. Destroyed. Harry had said, Dumbledore suggested that too. Flamel had said, I imagine he did. What I'm asking is that you make the choice, not him. You held the stone. What did you want to do with it? Harry had thought about it. Then, destroy it. The immortality was always going to create more problems than it solved. Flamel had laughed, a genuine laugh, warm and a little tired, and said, Good. The boy who wanted an ordinary day in the mirror. Yes. Destroy it. A pause. I would like to continue writing to you, if you're willing. You are interesting. The letters had continued. They covered transfiguration theory, alchemy, the deep mechanics of Horcrux magic that Flamel had spent a century studying theoretically without ever publishing because the knowledge was too dangerous for general circulation, and the specific question Harry had been building toward since November, whether the soul fragment in his scar could be removed without his death. Flamel's answer, delivered in his 4th letter in March, was the longest he'd written and the most important thing Harry had read all year. He kept it in the inside pocket of his robes. He knew it by heart, but keeping the physical letter felt right, felt like carrying a tool you know you'll need. The short version, yes. It was possible. The soul fragment in Harry's scar was structurally different from an intentional Horcrux in one crucial respect, it had not been anchored to Harry by any act of Harry's. It had latched on without consent, and the magical signature of Lily Potter's protection, woven into Harry's blood, had been partially suppressing it for 10 years before Fawkes' intervention. What Fawkes had done at the sorting, dimming it, compressing it, had moved it from a diffused integration to a contained node. A node was removable, if the removal was done correctly. The correct method, Flamel wrote, was threefold. The contained node needed to be sufficiently separated from Harry's own magical signature, the removal needed to happen simultaneously with the destruction of the last freestanding Horcrux, so that the soul had nowhere to retreat to and could not reconstitute, and the removal itself required phoenix fire directed with intention, not ambient. Fawkes knows this, Flamel had written. He has known it since before your sorting. He was waiting, I think, for the other conditions to align. Phoenixes are patient in ways that are uncomfortable for everyone around them. Harry had shown this letter to Fawkes. Fawkes had looked at it and made a sound that confirmed yes, obviously, and also communicated mild exasperation that this required documentation. The Horcruxes had been the work of the second half of the year. Not Harry alone, this was important, and Harry was clear about it with everyone involved, because the instinct to go alone was the instinct the constructs had been designed to encourage, the hero in isolation model that served a specific narrative and nobody's actual survival. He went with people who had skills he didn't have, and he asked for help when he needed it, and he was honest when he didn't know something. The locket Horcrux had been in the Black family home, exactly as Dumbledore's notes had indicated. Getting it out had required navigating the house's considerable and temperamental defensive magic, which turned out to respond very badly to aggressive approaches and very well to honest ones. The house, like the castle, had opinions about what it was protecting and for whom. Harry had simply told it what he needed and why, and the defensive layers had shifted into something passable. Hermione had handled the actual removal of the curse on the locket with methodical precision, cross-referencing 4 sources in real time with the particular focus she brought to problems she hadn't encountered before and was therefore determined to solve completely. The cup Horcrux had been in Bellatrix Lestrange's Gringotts vault. This had been the most complicated logistically, and the solution had come from an unexpected direction. Lucius Malfoy, honoring the spirit of their common interest arrangement, had provided access to the Gringotts audit procedure under the Money Laundering and Dark Artifact Seizure Act of 1867, which allowed ministry-sanctioned searches of vaults connected to convicted dark artifact criminals. Bellatrix was in Azkaban. The vault search was legal. It had still required a week of preparation, 2 ministry signatures, and a conversation with the head goblin that Harry had found more genuinely interesting than most conversations he'd had with humans. The diadem had been in the castle itself, Ravenclaw's diadem, in the room of hidden things, which the castle had shown Harry with a directness that felt like it had been waiting to be useful since approximately the school's founding. The diary had been the only Horcrux already destroyed, by Dumbledore in the years before Harry's arrival, though the destruction had been partial. The magical residue remained in the Chamber of Secrets, and dealing with it had required going into a place Harry had known about since second-week conversations with Fawkes and had been preparing for since February. The Chamber of Secrets was real and the basilisk was in it and it had been there for 1,000 years, and the encounter had been, not what Harry had expected, but then very few things were. The basilisk was ancient in the way that things that have existed for a very long time become ancient, not just old, but dense with time, carrying it the way thick stone carries cold. It was magnificent in the way that things designed to be lethal are sometimes magnificent, and Harry had understood, standing at the entrance to the chamber with Fawkes above him and a sword that Gryffindor's own founders had made and the castle had provided via a logical mechanism he'd worked out 2 weeks prior, that this moment was what all the others had been building toward in one direction and building away from in another. The direction it was building toward was a boy walking into a dark chamber and fighting a monster. The direction it was building away from was a boy who had been designed to do exactly that, who had been shaped since birth for sacrifice and heroism, who had been managed toward this kind of moment as the culmination of a plan he hadn't chosen. He had stood there and thought about both directions. Then he had put the sword away. The basilisk was in the chamber because Salazar Slytherin had put it there to be a weapon for his heir, and his heir had turned out to be nobody worth being an heir, and the basilisk itself had spent 1,000 years in a room doing nothing except existing, and it was not an evil creature, it was an apex predator with a terrible gift and no adequate context for what to do with itself. Harry had talked to it. In Parseltongue, which turned out to be one of the things that had been suppressed by the constructs, not the ability, which was probably innate, but the awareness of it. Without the dampener, the language came to him the way all languages come when the ear is finally open, gradually, and then fluently. The basilisk's name was Amara. She had not been called by name in 400 years. She had thought, she told Harry in the slow enormous sentences of a creature for whom time moves differently than it moves for mammals, that she would be in the chamber until she died. Harry had asked what she wanted. She had thought about it for a very long time. To be outside, she had said. Once. To see the sky. He had figured out the rest of it from there. The chamber's residual Horcrux energy, the echo of the destroyed diary, a magical stain rather than a functional anchor, had taken him and Hermione and Fawkes 3 visits to fully neutralize, working with Flamel's methodology and the chamber's own ambient magic once it understood what they were trying to do. Amara was currently in the Forbidden Forest, in a specific region that Hagrid had agreed to keep generally clear, accessible via a passage from the chamber that Harry had opened with the same logic he'd used on the original entrance. She was managing the sky, she had reported, via a Parseltongue conversation Harry had at the forest's edge on a Tuesday afternoon, was correct. He'd filed this under satisfying. That left the snake. Nagini was the last Horcrux, and Nagini was with Voldemort, who was somewhere in Eastern Europe in a state that Fawkes' intelligence. Harry had stopped questioning how Fawkes knew things and simply started treating it as a resource, suggested was weaker than a year ago but more deliberate. Less reactive. Voldemort had retreated after the quarrel incident to something minimal and patient, anchoring his diminished existence to Nagini and waiting. For Harry, presumably. For the instrument of his regeneration. Harry had spent 2 months thinking about this. About the trap that was still set, the one he hadn't sprung, the one that required his deliberate death, and about the alternative Flamel's letter described. The soul fragment in his scar. The phoenix fire. The right conditions. The condition about the last freestanding Horcrux being destroyed simultaneously was the constraint he'd been working around. If Nagini was with Voldemort and Voldemort had contingencies, and Voldemort always had contingencies, this was perhaps his most consistent quality, then getting to Nagini meant going to Voldemort. And going to Voldemort with the fragment still in his scar meant going to a confrontation where one of the variables was a piece of soul that responded to its original owner. He needed the fragment contained enough that it couldn't function as a beacon. Fawkes had been working on this since January. Not dramatically, the Phoenix didn't go in for drama, he went in for results, but in the way that a consistent gentle flame does structural work over time. Fawkes had spent 5 months sitting near Harry, singing occasionally, applying the specific frequency of phoenix fire that Flamel had described as precision work in the narrow gap between Harry's magical signature and the compressed soul fragment. Not removing it, that required the simultaneous condition. Isolating it. Building, one careful session at a time, a barrier between the fragment and Harry's magical signature that would prevent the fragment from responding to external stimuli until Harry chose to let it. Harry had been fully complicit in this process, which had required him to sit very still and focus on something boring while Fawkes worked, which turned out to be harder than any magical task he'd encountered all year and yet somehow deeply, specifically useful, the discipline of stillness, of allowing rather than directing, of trusting a process whose full mechanism he didn't understand. By May, the fragment was isolated. By the second week of May, Harry had explained all of this to Hermione, Neville, and Ron in the common room on a Wednesday night, and all 3 of them had listened with the focused attention they'd developed over a year of dealing with things that required it. "You're going in summer," Ron said, when Harry finished. "End of June," Harry said. "After exams. After the ICW process finishes its second phase." The ICW process. He'd been managing 2 things simultaneously all year, the legal and institutional dismantling of Dumbledore's architecture, and the practical dismantling of Voldemort's, and he'd kept them genuinely separate, not because they weren't related but because conflating them would have made each harder. The ICW proceeding had moved through its second phase through the spring, and the concurrent Wisengamot Domestic Review had produced, in April, a formal recommendation that Dumbledore step down as Chief Warlock pending full investigation. He had done so, quietly and without contest, which had surprised many people and surprised Harry not at all. Dumbledore had spent the year cooperating with the inquiries and simultaneously continuing to function as Hogwarts headmaster, and the distinction between these 2 roles, the man being investigated and the man running the school, had been managed with a care that Harry respected without endorsing. He was still here. Still teaching, still present in the corridors, still occasionally sharing information about the Horcrux search with a directness and honesty that had been absent from their first conversations. The year had changed him. Harry could see it, not dramatically, not in the way that a person who has been wrong admits it in a speech. In smaller ways. In the way he held conversations, the deliberate space he left for responses. In the way he'd stopped framing things as necessary and started framing them as chosen. In the particular way he'd looked at Harry in March, after the chamber visit, when Harry had explained about Amara. He'd looked at him and said, "I would not have thought of that." And Harry had said, "I know. That's why I needed to think of it myself." The look Dumbledore had given him then was the most honest thing they'd exchanged. It wasn't warm and it wasn't guilty and it wasn't calculating. It was the look of a man confronting the specific cost of certainty, the things you don't think of when you're certain you already know the answer. The second to last week of May, Fawkes landed on the table during dinner with a letter. Not a ministry letter, not an ICW communication. A piece of parchment folded without seal or formal heading, the writing on it small and cramped, in a hand Harry didn't recognize. He opened it in the great hall, Hermione reading over his left shoulder and Ron over his right. It said, "He is moving. Sooner than your calendar expects. Albania. The forest near Lazaret. He is tethered to the snake and the snake is tethered to him and his patience ran out when he understood what you were building. He is afraid of you. He would not want you to know that." "A friend, who's the friend?" Ron said. Harry looked at the letter for a moment. The writing style, the precision, the deliberate brevity. The choice of what to include and what to leave out. "Snape," Harry said. "Snape is in Albania?" Ron said. "Snape has network," Neville said quietly. "His Death Eater contacts. The people he kept relationships with for Dumbledore's intelligence work. Some of them would have access to Voldemort's current location." Harry put the letter in his pocket and looked at Fawkes. The Phoenix looked back with the expression of a being who has already run the calculation and knows the answer and is waiting for the human to arrive at it. "Exams are next week," Hermione said. "I know," Harry said. "You're going before they finish," she said. "Not a question." "We're going before they finish," Harry said. "If Voldemort moves on his own timeline, we don't get to wait for hours." "We," Neville said. "Yes," Harry said. "All of us." He looked around the table, at Hermione with her notebook that had become something more like a tactical document, at Ron who had spent a year becoming the best strategic mind Harry had access to, at Neville who had spent a year discovering what he actually was and discovering it was significant. This isn't the chosen one running to his destiny. This is 4 people who have been working on a problem for a year going to finish it. Ron straightened. "Albania in May," he said. "Lovely time of year." "You've never been to Albania," Hermione said. "I've never been anywhere," Ron said. "That's practically the same thing. They told McGonagall that evening." She listened, she asked 3 precise questions, she went quiet for a moment, and then she said, "I want you back for the final exams." "That's the plan," Harry said. "Is it actually the plan," she said, "or is it what you're saying to make me less worried?" "Both," Harry said honestly. "But the actual plan is structured around it." She looked at him. "Do you need anything from the school?" "A library access extension for the Albanian folklore section," Hermione said immediately. "And the map of Flamel's secondary notes on the simultaneous removal procedure, which I know is in the restricted section because I asked last week and was declined." McGonagall looked at her, then at Harry. "I'll have both on your desk by morning," she said. She paused, and then she did something Harry hadn't expected. She reached out and gripped his shoulder briefly, one firm moment of contact, and said, "Your mother would be," she stopped. "Start it again." "You are exactly what she asked for, Harry." "Exactly." She let go and walked away before he could respond, which was probably intentional. They left on Saturday morning. Not secretly. There was no reason for secrecy. Harry had stopped operating in the Register of Secrecy in November and saw no reason to return to it. They walked out through the main doors with their bags and their wands, and Fawkes swept out of the entrance hall doors in a long arc above them, and the castle watched them go with the warm attention of a building that has been waiting, in its deep architectural way, for exactly this. Dumbledore was standing on the front steps. Harry had not told him they were going. He saw from the old man's expression that this was not a surprise. Phineas Nigellus had probably been reporting all week, but that he had chosen to let the departure happen without intervention. He had a package in his hands. "Your father's invisibility cloak," he said. "I've had it for 10 years. It should have been given to you when you arrived." He held it out. "I kept it." "That was wrong." Harry took the cloak. It moved like water in his hands, that extraordinary fabric, and he recognized, even without having held it before, the specific magical signature of something that had belonged to someone who shared his blood. "Thank you," he said. Dumbledore looked at him, and at the 3 people beside him, and at Fawkes circling overhead. "I could come with you," he said. "No," Harry said. Dumbledore nodded once. Be careful, he said. Not commanding. Not angling. Just said it, the way you say something true. We will, Harry said. He walked down the steps. Albania in late May had the quality of a country that had been through a great deal and was cautiously optimistic about the current moment, green hills and aggressive sunshine and the particular atmosphere of a place where things had happened and were still being processed. They arrived via port key that McGonagall had arranged, landing in a field outside a village whose name Harry couldn't pronounce and didn't try to, and the forest Snape's letter had named was visible from the field, dark against the afternoon hills. Harry stood at the field's edge and felt the interference pattern immediately. Stronger than anything he'd encountered all year. Stronger than Quirrell, stronger than the chamber. Not diffuse, focused. A single strong source approximately half a mile into the trees, with the secondary interference of Nagini's presence woven through it like a countermelody. He's in there, Harry said. He knows we're here. Neville said. He knows something's here, Harry said. He can't read my signature clearly anymore, because of Fawkes' work. But he knows the ambient magic has changed. He looked at the forest. We should go now, before he decides to move. The plan, Hermione said. Not asking for it, reminding him to state it aloud, because stating it aloud was the step that made people real to each other. We go in. Neville, you handle Nagini. He created Nagini's Horcrux after years of dark magic practice, which means the enchantment is complex but it's also older work, from before he was fully diminished. Your plant magic reaches into living things at a root level. Fawkes already discussed this with you. Neville nodded. I know what to do. Over the past 3 months Neville had stopped performing below himself so completely that the transformation would have been remarkable if you hadn't been watching it happen incrementally. The Category 3 manifestation Augusta had described, the plant magic, the ambient growing and shaping, had developed with the momentum of something that had been held underwater for a long time and had finally been allowed to surface. He was extraordinary with living things. Not flashy, rooted, precise, deep in a way that made sense for his specific gift. Fawkes had spent several evenings with Neville in a similar manner to his work with Harry, not teaching, exactly, but demonstrating in the way that ancient things sometimes demonstrate to young things, by being near them and letting proximity do the work. Hermione, Harry said. The containment field, she said. While you and Fawkes work on the fragment removal. He can't be allowed to push energy back into Nagini once Neville starts the separation. She held her wand with the particular quality she developed over a year of dealing with magical problems that required her specific combination of theoretical knowledge and practical speed. I've run the arithmetic 14 times. The containment field holds as long as I hold it. Good, Harry said. Ron, Harry said. Everything else, Ron said simply. This had become, over the course of the year, one of the most useful roles available. Ron had a gift for situational awareness, for reading what a situation was doing at its edges while everyone else was focused on the center, and the capacity to respond to unexpected developments with a speed and practicality that didn't require instructions. Everything else was not a diminishment. It was the role that kept people alive. Right, Harry said. Let's go. The forest was old and dense and aware, in the way that old forests are aware, not conscious, not benign or malevolent, but responsive to significance in the way that very large accumulations of living material develop a kind of sensitivity simply from scale. It was quiet except for their footsteps and the ambient forest sound, and Harry moved through it with the directness of someone following a signal rather than looking for a trail, and the signal got stronger. They found Voldemort in a clearing. He was not what Harry had expected, which meant Harry's model had been wrong, which meant adjusting. He had expected diminished. He had expected the Shadowith Nagini configuration that Quirrell had described, the parasitic half-existence, the fragment barely sustaining itself. What was in the clearing was diminished, yes, unmistakably, the soul was not whole, had not been whole for 15 years, had shed pieces of itself deliberately and catastrophically. But it was not barely sustaining. It had spent a year conserving, consolidating, and what remained was concentrated in a way that previous diminishment had not been. Less surface area. More density. Voldemort was approximately 6 feet tall, featureless in the specific way of something that has shed identity in favor of function, carrying Nagini around his shoulders like a garment, and he turned when they entered the clearing with the unhurried certainty of a being that has been waiting. His eyes found Harry's. "Harry Potter," he said. The voice was the one from the chamber, cold, patient, stripped down to what was essential. "You came before I finished preparing." "You were moving before I finished preparing," Harry said. "We're even." "Where is Dumbledore?" "Hogwarts," Harry said. A pause. "Alone," Voldemort said, and there was something in the single word that was trying to be contemptuous and was actually something else. "Not alone," Harry said. "Better." Voldemort looked at the four of them and at Fawkes, who had landed on a branch above and was making no sound, and his expression, what could be read of it, was doing the calculation Harry had expected. New variables. A year's worth of preparation he hadn't fully accounted for. The boy who was supposed to be manageable, shaped toward sacrifice, arriving instead as the person who had spent a year dismantling the architecture designed to shape him and had come to the end of it clear-eyed and well-resourced. "You cannot remove the fragment," Voldemort said. "Not without dying." "I have different information," Harry said. "Flammel," Voldemort said, and the name carried real weight, the weight of someone who had spent 6 centuries as the most accomplished alchemist in the world and was therefore a genuinely credible countersource. "You've been corresponding with Flammel." "Since February," Harry said. "He's very interesting." "He is very old," Voldemort said. "Old men attached to sentiment. His methodology is elegant but his premises are compromised by." "You haven't read it," Harry said. "The letter. You don't know what it says." Voldemort went still. "You're guessing," Harry said. "About whether the removal is possible. You think Flammel might have found something, which is why you moved when you did. You wanted to force the confrontation before I could test it." Harry looked at him clearly. "You're afraid it works." Something moved through the clearing that was not wind. "I do not," Voldemort started. "Nagini," Harry said, and Neville moved. There was no warning, no dramatic gesture, no incantation. Neville Longbottom pressed both hands flat against the earth of the Albanian forest clearing and the forest answered, not spectacularly, not with noise or light, but with the deep specific certainty of living systems responding to a command given in their own language. The roots of every tree in the clearing moved simultaneously, not toward Voldemort, not aggressively, but toward Nagini, threading through the soil with the unhurried inevitability of growth, reaching the snake's body where it lay against Voldemort's shoulders and beginning, gently, precisely, with extraordinary surgical patience, to draw the Horcrux's magical signature out of the living body. Voldemort screamed. Not the inhuman sound from the chamber, something rawer, more fundamental. The scream of something that has distributed itself across reality and is feeling one of those distributions being unmade. Hermione raised her wand and spoke the containment field into existence, and the air between Voldemort and Nagini crystallized into something invisible but present, a magical barrier that Harry could feel as clearly as a pane of glass. Fawkes dropped from the branch. He landed on Harry's shoulder, and Harry felt the change immediately, the isolation work of 5 months clicking into its final configuration, the fragment in his scar fully sealed behind the barrier Fawkes had been building, and then Fawkes opened his beak and sang not one note but many, a sequence, a structured piece of music that was apparently what Phoenix fire looked like when it was doing something very specific and very intentional. The fire came into Harry's scar. It didn't burn. That was the first thing. It didn't burn the way Fawkes' fire at the sorting had pressed and searched, it moved with precision, finding the edges of the contained node the way a surgeon's instrument finds the edges of something that doesn't belong where it is, and it applied pressure that was not heat but intention, something that a fragment of soul recognizes as its opposite, the specific frequency of life chosen over survival, warmth over endurance, the kind of love that runs toward rather than hoards. Lily Potter had built something like this. Not identical, her version was a desperate act of sacrifice, unrepeatable. But structurally related, in the way that an original and a variation are related, the same harmonic relationship in a different key. The fragment resisted. It fought, not with intelligence, because intelligence requires a self, and this fragment had very little self remaining, most of the original self having gone into 6 other objects and 2 corporeal failures, but with the fundamental obstinacy of something that exists and does not want to stop existing. Harry let it resist. He didn't fight back. He just stayed completely steady, which was the thing the 5 months of learning stillness had been for, and let Fawkes work, and held his attention on the ordinary day in the mirror, the room with the window, the daylight, the people doing ordinary things. The fragment came loose. The sensation was indescribable, and he didn't try to describe it, even later, when everyone asked. He filed it as done and held the next thing. Across the clearing, Neville's work with Nagini reached its conclusion, not the snake's death, because Neville did not kill things when he could help it, but the Horcrux's separation from its vessel, the magical anchor pulled loose from the living body with the same patient botanical precision Neville brought to difficult pruning, and Nagini dropped from Voldemort's shoulders and moved, instinctively, toward the forest's edge, freed from a decade of imposed compliance and apparently wanting nothing more than to leave. The fragment from Harry's scar and the separated Horcrux from Nagini met in the air of the Albanian forest clearing. For a single moment, half a second, maybe less, they cohered. Drew toward each other with the magnetism of related things. Soul recognizing soul. Fawkes sang a single note and the cohered fragment burned. Not like fire burns matter. Like fire burns something that should never have been there, with the specific clean efficiency of a flame consuming what it finds flammable and leaving everything else entirely untouched. The scream this time was not a sound. It was a cessation. The silence that followed was the deepest Harry had ever experienced. Not the silence of an empty room. The silence of something that has been present for so long that its absence created a specific new quality in the world, an absence that was itself a kind of presence for a moment, and then, gone. Truly gone. Not diminished. Not displaced. Gone in the way that something is gone when every piece of it has been unmade simultaneously. Harry stood in the Albanian forest clearing and breathed. Neville had both hands on the earth and was looking at the sky with an expression that was not triumph and not relief but something that sat between them, the expression of someone who has done a difficult thing correctly and is taking a moment to be sure before moving. Hermione was holding the containment field with steady hands and the focused expression she brought to anything that required sustained effort, and when the silence arrived she let the field down and lowered her wand with the careful deliberateness of someone not rushing the landing. Ron had positioned himself at the clearing's edge during the whole thing and had been watching the forest with his wand out, because that was his role and he had been doing it without fanfare, and when it was done he lowered his wand and looked at Harry across the clearing. "Done," Ron said. "Done," Harry said. Ron nodded. "Good," he said. "I want lunch." Harry laughed, a genuine one, surprised out of him, and the sound of it in the cleared forest was, he thought, exactly the right thing. Fawkes flew from his shoulder in a slow triumphant arc above the clearing, trailing fire that left gold afterimages in the air, and landed in the highest branch of the tallest tree and sang something that had no utility, not a working, not a message, just music. The kind of music that exists because a thing has been done and the doing deserves acknowledgement. It was beautiful. They went home. The portkey back deposited them in the same Scottish field, and the castle was on the hill above them in the afternoon light, and Harry stood in the field for a moment with the castle ahead of him and the life he'd had since September arranged around him and felt the thing he'd felt briefly in October, the structural quality of existing in your own life on your own terms, but larger now. More permanent. Not because the problems were gone. There were more problems ahead, the domestic review, the Wisengamot restructuring, the ICW's new protocols, the question of what British magical education looked like when its primary institution was no longer under the unchecked authority of a single brilliant man who meant well and was too certain of himself. There was the question of what happened to Neville's parents' investigation now that Dumbledore's leverage over Augusta had been documented and removed. There was the question of Snape, who had spent a year doing quiet intelligent things that Harry was going to have to address directly and honestly sooner rather than later. There was the question of his parents' wills, the Potter vault, the whole structure of a life that had been administered by people making choices on his behalf that he now had the standing and the capacity to make himself. The problems were not gone. They were real and they were large and they would require the same thing every problem had required: attention, patience, the willingness to work at something rather than around it. But he was 11 years old and it was May and he had survived a year and a confrontation and a 55-year plan and 6 magical constructs and a fragment of a Dark Lord's soul, and he was standing in a Scottish field in warm afternoon light with 3 people who had chosen to be there beside him, and above him a phoenix was doing a second victory loop because he had decided to, and ahead of him there was a castle that had been quietly on his side since before he arrived. "Right," he said, to no one in particular, looking at the castle on the hill. "Let's go." They went up. Inside, Hogwarts was in the specific chaos of a Friday afternoon in exam season, students everywhere, noise and movement and a pervasive smell of revision and something good coming from the kitchens. The entrance hall had its usual crowd, and when Harry and the others came in through the main doors, several people looked up, and then several more, and the particular wave of attention that Harry had learned to navigate over a year moved through the entrance hall. He walked through it the way he walked through everything now. Present, unhurried, going somewhere. McGonagall appeared at the top of the main staircase, looked at the 4 of them, looked at Fawkes who came in behind them with his wings half extended, and closed her eyes for exactly 2 seconds. Then she said, with the precision of a woman who processes emotions through action, "There is food in my office. Come and eat. Then you can tell me everything." "We have to tell Dumbledore," Harry said. "Dumbledore is in his office and has been in his office since approximately 1 hour after you left," McGonagall said, in a tone that conveyed she had checked. "He will wait. Eat first." They ate. Later, fed, with tea, in McGonagall's office with the fire going and the evening deepening outside the windows, Harry told her everything. She listened without interrupting, which was one of her better qualities. She asked 2 questions when he finished. Both were procedural, both demonstrated she was already thinking about the next phase, both suggested that her grief about Dumbledore and her fury about what had been done had settled over the course of the year into something more usable, not resolved, but productive. When he finished she was quiet for a moment. "Nicholas Flamel's methodology," she said. "Does it have a written form?" "He's writing it up," Harry said. "He said he'll send the full text to Hogwarts Library." A pause. "He also said he'd like to visit. He hasn't been out of the house in 40 years and he thought it might be time." McGonagall looked at him. "You're going to have him teach here?" "He'd be extraordinary," Harry said. She shook her head, but it was the head shake that covered a reluctant agreement. "One thing at a time," she said. Harry knocked on the headmaster's office door at 7 in the evening. Dumbledore opened it himself. He looked at Harry, and his expression did what it had been doing all year, shedding management, showing what was actually there, which was complicated and real and no longer trying to be anything other than what it was. "Come in," he said. The office was the same as it had been that first night. Same instruments, same portraits, same quality of accumulated history. Fawkes was not at his perch. Fawkes was on the back of Harry's chair, because that was where Fawkes was now. Dumbledore sat behind his desk and looked at Harry and said, before Harry could speak, "It worked." "Yes," Harry said. "He's gone." "Yes." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. His hands were folded on the desk and he looked at them with the expression of someone taking stock of what they're holding, not dramatically, not performing the weight of the moment, just genuinely accounting for it. "I owe you an apology," he said. "A real one. I have said many things this year that were proximate to an apology without being one. I want to be precise now." He looked up. "I took your life, the shape of it, the freedom of it, before you could know what you were losing. I built a plan around your death without your consent, and I told myself that the need justified the architecture, and I was wrong. Not wrong about the need. Wrong about who gets to decide how the need is met. He paused. You decided. And your decision was better than mine. That is not a comfortable thing for me to say. But it is true. Harry looked at him across the desk. I know, he said. All of it. Are you? Dumbledore stopped. Started differently. What do you need, from here? From me, from the school, from whatever comes next. Honestly? Harry said. For the legal process to finish properly. For the Wisengamot review to result in actual structural changes rather than individual accountability that gets filed away. For the ICW's new protocols to have enforcement mechanisms. He thought about it. For Neville's parents' case to be reopened with actual resources. For Snape to receive whatever's appropriate for what he's actually been doing, which is more complex than either his supporters or his detractors acknowledge. Dumbledore listened to all of this. And for yourself, he said. Harry was quiet for a moment. Summer, he said. I want a summer. I want to go to the Potter house, wherever it is, whatever state it's in, and I want to spend some time in it. I want to know what the goblins have been doing with my parents' estate. I want to read books that have nothing to do with any of this. He looked at the desk. I want an ordinary day. Godric's Hollow, Dumbledore said. The house is still standing. The magical protection on it is intact. It requires some restoration. But it stands. He reached into a drawer. Put a key on the desk. This has been in my keeping for 10 years. It should have been given to you at birth. Harry looked at the key. It was small and silver and very ordinary, and it was the most important object in the room. He picked it up. Thank you, he said, and meant it in the full, complicated way that you mean something when it contains both gratitude and grief and an acknowledgement that the person you're thanking is genuinely responsible for both the gift and the loss. Dumbledore heard all of that. Go well, he said simply. Harry stood, and pocketed the key, and went to the door. He paused with his hand on it. For what it's worth, he said, I don't think you're a bad man. Dumbledore looked at him. I think you were the most powerful person in the room in every room you entered for 60 years, and that made you responsible for things you shouldn't have been alone in being responsible for. And I think the system that gave you that power without accountability failed you as much as it failed everyone else. Harry looked at him steadily. That doesn't undo anything. But it's true. Dumbledore sat with this. You are, he said finally, the most extraordinary first-year student this school has ever had. Probably, Harry agreed, and left. The corridor outside was empty and quiet. Fawkes came out through the door behind him, passing through stone with the serene indifference of a creature for whom doors were always optional, and they walked together through the castle in the particular quality of a late spring evening, the light coming through the windows warm and amber, the stone floors carrying the day's warmth back upward. Harry stopped at a window on the 3rd floor and looked out. The grounds were long and green in the evening light. The loch was flat and gold. The forbidden forest was dark at its edges and rustling with something that might have been a Mara moving in its deep interior, or might have been just the forest being itself. The Quidditch pitch caught the last of the sun at its far end. The Hogwarts gates were open, the way they always were for students, the way they'd been open for 600 years of first-years arriving with their trunks and their terror and their not yet knowing what they were. He'd arrived like that. Less than a year ago. 3 weeks out of a cupboard under a staircase, stepping into a world he had no language for, carrying 6 constructs he didn't know about and a fragment of someone's soul in his scar and the accumulated weight of a plan that had been building since before he was born. He was still here. He was, in fact, considerably more here than he'd ever been. Fawkes landed on the window ledge beside him and looked out at the same view with what appeared to be satisfaction. What do you do next? Harry said to the Phoenix. Now that this is done. Fawkes looked at him. You're not going back to Dumbledore, Harry said. Are you? One note. Confirmatory. You're staying, Harry said. Because you chose. Fawkes looked at him with those ancient dark eyes, and trilled something that Harry had no words for but understood completely, the sound of a choice made freely, held clearly, worth every complicated moment of the making. Good, Harry said. He turned from the window and kept walking. Behind him the sun finished its descent and the castle's enchanted ceiling bloomed with stars, real ones tonight, the actual stars, the kind you can navigate by, and below in the great hall dinner was happening with all its usual magnificent noise, and somewhere in the dungeon Snape was doing something he would deny if asked, and in the hospital wing Quirrell was sleeping the gradual sleep of someone beginning the long process of becoming themselves again, and in the Gryffindor common room Ron was explaining chess to someone who hadn't asked to learn, and Neville was writing a letter to his grandmother that was more honest than any letter he'd written before, and Hermione was making notes on Albanian magical history because she'd noticed 3 inconsistencies in the available record and intended to address them before bed. Harry Potter walked through his school, under the stars on the enchanted ceiling, and the castle walked with him the way it had always wanted to, the way it had been waiting to for 11 years, the way old things wait for the right moment before becoming what they always were. There was a key in his pocket and a house in Godric's Hollow and a summer ahead with no constructs, no plans, no architecture he hadn't chosen. He walked through the door into the common room, and Ron looked up from the chess board and said, "There you are." "I've been waiting." "For what?" Harry said. "Don't know yet," Ron said. "Something good, I think." Harry sat down. "Yeah," he said. "Me too." The fire crackled. The stars turned overhead. And Harry Potter, finally and completely himself, let the evening be exactly what it was.